Hello everyone, honored Professor Domazet, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, distinguished authors and honored guests. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the 16th International Conference on Business Information Security. As we gathered here today, we are not only celebrating the progress of our field, we are also celebrating the growing strength of our academic and professional community. This year is very important for BISEC since we achieved some very important milestones. Nearly 50 papers this year is accepted on the conference and there will be presented during this day. And this is the highest paper count on this conference in its history. This not only shows that information security is a very important topic in modern day society, it also shows that authors are placing their trust into BISEC and recognizing it as an important place where they can exchange their experiences and where they can share their knowledge with their colleagues. I would like to invite Professor Domazet, President of Metropolitan University, to address you and to officially open the conference.
Thank you. With great pleasure. I am addressing you. Welcome, everybody of you, especially our guests from foreign countries, but also from other cities and universities. As you see in these small programs, there are many papers, but from this year, we are not only covering business information security, as you see. We keep this title because it's 16. It's very seldom that we have international conferences that last so long, so we don't want to modify the title because the core is the business information security of this conference. But from this year, we extended the sessions, topics, and so on, so we are not covering mainly online business, digital business, digital marketing as well, operations management, cost, everything that is related to doing business on internet. Because from 2022, we created new programs. So with these new programs, we have a great shift to digital business. Everything is digital. And secondly, we included in all these programs artificial intelligence as well. So it will be affect all our conferences, including this one. So you will see also the papers how to use AI in doing businesses and in every aspect of operation in this digital age. So this is an advancement of our conference. We hope that we have more and more participants, but now we have some online participants, some are present here. That's normal these days. There are so many conferences. People cannot afford to travel on many sites, especially now when we have semester, we have to teach and so on, also other participants, so we provide this online participation as well. So I will not take any minute more. I just welcome you, be comfortable here, enjoy this day, and we'll see you also on conference dinner. All authors are invited to the conference dinner as well at 6 o'clock. I will be waiting for you there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Domazet. Now I would like to open a keynote session, and Okay. The first keynote speech will be blockchain-enabled learning management systems, redefining trust and security in digital education. Our speaker will be Dr. Nemanja Zdravkovic. Associate Professor Nemanja Zdravkovic is Dean of the Faculty of Information Technology at the Belgrade Metropolitan University and Head of Blockchain Technology Laboratory at BMU. He holds 2 PhD degrees from Norwegian University of Science and Technology and the University of Niš. His research focuses on secure blockchain applications, computer networks and protocols, and cooperative wireless communication systems. Dr. Zdravkovic has co-authored over 70 scientific papers published in international journals and conference proceedings, serves as an editor for 2 international conferences and as an active reviewer for multiple scientific journals. He is also an IEEE member with pending senior IEEE membership. I'll give you the floor.
Good morning, everyone. As our moderator says, I'm Nemanja Zdravkovic. Most of you know me, but for those of you who don't, as it was told, I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Information Technology here at BMU, but I am here mostly as the head of the Blockchain Technology Laboratory that we have here, and I will be talking about blockchain-enabled LMSs, learning management systems. What have we done in our laboratory so far? What are the challenges that we came across? What are our results in the past few years? And what we will be doing in the future. So my talk is structured in 4 parts. After a brief introduction about the challenges that we face, I will first talk about blockchain, what it is. I hope most of you know who listened to me before what blockchain is, but I will talk about some specifics, and for those of you who don't know, maybe some basics as well. So a blockchain overview and a specific platform that we use, which is Hyperledger, and the use cases that we use in our research. Then I will focus on course credentialing, because one of our main applications here at our research is to do this type of use case for blockchain, which is document credentialing. We will see what have we done so far and what is the model that we use and how we plan to integrate it into existing learning management systems, at least the ones that we use here. After that, I have some photos of our laboratory from some of our students that were there. Some of our new students are also here as well. And finally, 4th part is about the future of the research that we will be doing at our laboratory. So, first part about blockchain and about the platform that we use, which is Hyperledger Fabric. Most of us, I think, that is familiar with some kind of blockchain, and it was initially developed as an underlying system for cryptocurrencies. Unfortunately, people tend to use it as a synonym. So when they say cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, for instance, they think all blockchains are cryptocurrencies, which is not the case. We will see later on why that isn't true. So blockchain is a family of technologies, and it has really evolved since 2008, I think, when Bitcoin, the white paper was published. So those financial roots in Bitcoin have been overcome. What is a blockchain? You can say that it's a distributed database or a decentralized digital ledger. and it records some kind of events, which we call transactions. Because it's distributed, it's placed on multiple computers that we call nodes, and it's secure. We will see later on how the security layer is implemented, but it has some key features like decentralization, immutability. So the main advantage of using blockchain is that once you add some data to the blockchain, it cannot be altered. And also it provides transparency, which is very crucial in a lot of systems. So all these attributes make blockchain a very, very powerful tool for a lot of applications. We'll see what we've been done. So, as I said, blockchain is still considered a novel technology. Those of us who deal with blockchain like to say that it's a disruptive technology as well. And we tend to use it, at least in our cases, we tend to use it beyond the cryptocurrency use cases. So we have been witnessing that more and more enterprises are using blockchain to enhance their supply chains, for instance, to enhance their overall business process transparency, to increase security, and also to streamline their processes. We'll see that as well. Some of the benefits over traditional system, as I said, include reducing fraud, reducing some kind of malicious attempts to alter documents or any data that should be stored on multiple locations, for instance. When it comes to enterprise systems, the enterprise realm, as I said, blockchain finds its application in several very, very critical areas. For instance, in supply chain management, it really provides some kind of transparency that is really hard to do in some more traditional, non-blockchain systems. Also, one of the main use cases is healthcare, data management, wherever. In government sector, for instance, we will see some use cases later on. Real estate transactions, this is just some of the examples here given. So the main idea is the blockchain can provide a single immutable record, and it helps enterprises reduce their discrepancies to ensure consistency across all data, and therefore make another secure layer for their overall business operations. So we know what blockchain does, but what a blockchain is. So as I said, a blockchain can be viewed as a shared, append-only distributed ledger or distributed database where all transactions, we call them transactions, but there are some events, they are stored into linked blocks. That's why it's a blockchain. So every transaction, so every event, apart from the data, also contains some unique cryptographic signature, which is based on the previous data, and the previous data also has some cryptographic signature based on its previous data and so forth. So that's how we ensure this immutability. Usually it's based on hash functions, so we can add a limited space for the output of the hash function, but if we want to alter the data, we will get a different hash function. So that's the main idea how we ensure this immutability. Another very important aspect of blockchain is how blocks are added to the chain. All blockchain systems, be they public or private or hybrid, use something that we call a consensus mechanism. So all nodes, or part of the nodes, a subset of the nodes, they apply this consensus mechanism to check which block should be added to the blockchain. Usually it's, I don't know, maybe 60%, or maybe in some cases just a few of them, depending on the protocol. But if the consensus fails, then that block will not be added. If the consensus is successful, then the blocks will be added. It gets more technical than that, but since this is a keynote speech, I wanted to do it with something a little bit lighter on the technical side. Here are some of the use cases. For instance, as I said, in the government sector, for mobile payments, border control, for instance, for fine art. Here is an interesting use case to track diamonds, the sale of diamonds, and so forth. So blockchain really has evolved since the initial, well, basic cryptocurrency applications. And as I said, blockchain is not Bitcoin, nor is it Ethereum, since Ethereum is a second most well-known blockchain platform. It's just a sample table about different platforms. So Bitcoin uses these things and has these properties. Ethereum has these properties, but we'll be focusing here today on Hyperledger because it's a platform in which we can develop our own blockchain for our own use cases. So that's what we'll be focusing on in the second part. As I said, we wanted in our laboratory to start with document credentialing. That is to verify the authenticity of the documents. For instance, some kind of diploma supplement where we can see all the courses that a student took and which grades they attained and so forth. Why we want to use blockchain for this use case? Because, as I said, traditional methods are often slow, error-prone, and most of all, susceptible to fraud. This is something that we want to ensure that all higher education institutions should be aware of. By applying blockchain, we can introduce a streamlined, secure system for these types of documents to be verified. So, when we started for our first use cases, when we have our first students, they were fourth-year students of Bachelor Studies, we sat down and looked, okay, which type of platform will we be using? Most of them were familiar with blockchains. As I said, blockchains, it's plural. They wanted to use Ethereum, but we said, okay, Ethereum usually has some already off-the-shelf solutions, but let's start with Hyperledger instead. We'll see all the types of platforms that can be used. So we started with one type of platform, then we evolved to another, and we will see later on what are the results that we got. But when we decided to use Hyperledger, we had a question, okay, which platform should we use? Because Hyperledger is an umbrella term. Hyperledger is founded by the Linux Foundation, it's supported by IBM, so a lot of big players support this platform, but they offer different types of ledgers, different types of libraries to use, different types of tools, and so forth. And this was a couple of years ago, so maybe 2 or 3 years ago, these were the available ledgers, the available libraries, and the available tools. We'll see, we will revisit this umbrella later on. So, okay, we said that we will use Hyperledger. Most of the time, we will see Hyperledger Fabric, which is really for enterprise-grade blockchain deployments. Some of the other platforms has a more modular approach. Some of them are for mobile systems. You will see later on. But overall, we decided to use Hyperledger because it's an enterprise solution. It offers high performance and also high scalability options. And also, it is something that is called a private blockchain. So not everyone can be a part of the blockchain. We have to know the nodes. And because we already established level of trust between the nodes, then we can reduce the complexity of adding blocks to the blockchain, because I'm sure you're familiar that Bitcoin uses a lot of computational power, a lot of electricity to mine the Bitcoins or to be in this consensus mechanism subset of nodes. Different platforms such as Hyperledger do not require this, and that enabled us to have to use this less complex consensus mechanisms. So why different technologies? As I said, Fabric, Sawtooth, Indy, Burrow, Iroha, they all have their own pros and cons. The advantages of each, as I said, this is a mature platform, so there's a community is large, the largest community for all Hyperledger projects. So if we had some problem, we could ask the community, and this is something that we did. Sawtooth is very scalable, but we use it as an intermediate project. Indy is good for identity management. Burrow is based on Ethereum's virtual machine, so it's a good entry point. And Iroha, which we didn't use that much. We just looked at the use cases. Mostly it's based for mobile devices. The consensus mechanisms, you will see they are different for all these platforms, and none of them, you see, use something which is called proof of work, which Bitcoin uses, and this is the consensus mechanism that is complex and uses a lot of energy. All of these consensus mechanisms, for instance, Kafka or Raft or Solo that we used, they require a lot less complexity, so we employed that. Something that these types of blockchain platforms also support, or some of them support, are smart contracts. What are smart contracts? They're just code that can be run directly on the blockchain. So once it's there, it's also on the blockchain, and it acts as a digital contract, but it's just code. So some of them have an installed version of this chain code. Indy, for instance, doesn't support chain code and so forth. But we use some very, very simple smart contracts because we started with a simple use case. What are those use cases? As I said, some years ago, 5 years ago, we started with healthcare, but then we switched to, as I said, document credentialing and so forth. So what was our timeline regarding the development? We started with Burrow to get the students to know these types of platforms. Then we, well, not switched, but we looked at Sawtooth and Indy because we had a lot of good examples for something that we wanted to do. But finally, we chose to use Hyperledger Fabric because it's, as I said, the most mature technology. Today, as we have a lot more projects or platforms by Hyperledger, so the umbrella looks like this now, apart from the platforms themselves, as I said, Fabric, Iroha, and so forth. We also have AnonCred, Scaliper, Solang for the Solidity programming language to program the smart contracts, Cacti, Firefly, but also libraries like Hero, Loch Ness, and Web3J for JavaScript, for instance. And also, if we wanted to do some network protocols, we have the library Trust over IP to use as well. So this was our starting point and something that we did. But let's see what we have done so far. As I said, because of the title is related to learning management systems, all of us who work in some kind of education institution, know that today we've passed beyond the traditional textbook and written systems. So all kinds of, not just higher education institutions, but overall education institutions use some sort of learning management system, some sort of LMS. But those LMSs are either expensive, if you want them to do exactly what you want them to do, or this is mostly the case, they lack some specific functionalities, for instance, assessment submission, or maybe some kind of additional test environment or something like that. This is very, very important, especially in the STEM field, when we had, for instance, we are now developing our own learning management system that we will integrate with our information systems. But our main motivation came from the fact that communication between students and teaching staff, especially regarding pre-exam activities, maybe isn't as transparent as we want it to be. And we will see later on what we will plan to do for this, at least for the new master students that are here and that took the blockchain course. As I said, we used Hyperledger Fabric. These are some of the properties. So, as I said, which type of consensus mechanism, how it stores, which type of databases it uses, and so forth. But, let me see. Okay, I still have time. We started with Hyperledger Fabric. And we started with the most simple use case, that is document issuance. So we want some sort of document which should be issued by our information system to be stored as a transaction and then to put it on the blockchain network. Regarding the network itself, we kept it in the laboratory, so all of our nodes were actually computers that are in our laboratory. The idea is when a student passes all their courses, we can generate a certificate, and that entry should be added to the blockchain, and it's there for all eternity, hopefully. And the other use case is something which is called document validation. The idea here is a student, or maybe a potential employer for the student, can access this certificate and to see whether it's authentic or not. So if we issue a certificate later on in a PDF form or something like that, someone who has that PDF can drag and drop or upload it to some kind of interface to the blockchain, and then it will check if there is an entry and it says it's valid or not. So adding this sort of secure layer, we can provide an additional layer of trust between the actors who want to see if their data is validated or not. We started with that. We expanded on later on, you will see. And the idea is to build upon something that we already have. This is our own existing information system, which is very complex on itself, but it's modular, it's based on microservices, so it can be added on. So we wanted to do some kind of pre-layer after that. So there's a smart contract layer, the blockchain layer itself, and later on a network layer, including all the nodes. Now it gets a little bit technical. So this is our system architecture. So we deployed multiple nodes. We call them here organization 1, organization 2. They all run the chain code, the smart contracts, and some node wanting to validate the data can access that. We use a certification authority for each node, for each peer, and we use a non-SQL database such as CouchDB. The system itself, it was developed by our master student. It was developed in 2 stages, so we use an isolated branch for representing the higher education institution. It added a functionality to export this document that we wanted to certify. It will present a diploma supplement, and also it connects to the API to the blockchain network. The second stage is the blockchain itself. As I said, since it's a private blockchain, we can use a really lightweight application, as I said, based on Hyperledger Fabric to connect, to add to data to the block. And this is something that we've done. We've published several papers based on this. We've added more functionalities, but I'll tell that in part 4. So, how is it done? To add a diploma supplement or document that we need, it's just, when it comes to data, it will be just some kind of structured data, usually a JSON model. So it will connect to the peer node using the gateway. It will get the chain code from the network, and then to write the diploma object, we use, of course, some asynchronous call. We'll get all what we need, and then we'll create a new object with these parameters. That's the idea. Because it was on a test bed, we just got the output on a terminal, but it works. To add the front-end part and to add the PDF, it won't be a problem anymore. But when the data is added, a message will be presented here in the console, as I said, to confirm a successful transaction. So we have added the data in some format that is provided for the information system of our education institution. We had one student. She was tasked to export from our information system in this JSON model, like, as I said before, something like this. And our other students, they then made the blockchain network itself. Finally, everything was collected and then put in use from our master student. So our system addresses this first use case. This is issuance. Our master students, they completed their master studies and will now, for the next wave of our master students, will tackle this use case of validation. Some open issues still remain. We are addressing them now, such as should it remain private? Should we add some sort of public part to the blockchain as a side chain or something like that? So, for instance, every student can access it with a mobile phone or something like that. And our idea is to keep it in the realm of keeping the nodes with the higher education institutions. So another use case is to add the possibility of adding learners to the nodes as well. And we want not just focus on this part, as I said, we want to add some more transparency to pre-exam activities and so forth, and this is our part 3 and 4, which is the future. So let's start with part 3. This is something that we've done. This is a screenshot from the laboratories, I think 2 or 3 years ago. So as I said, we presented a lot of papers on different conferences. I had lecture talks in India for this as well, and our results, as I said, over 10 papers published. All of our students were also co-authors, and we're very proud of that. We had one technical report, internal technical report. We have 4 successful bachelor theses defended, 1 master thesis, hopefully more master theses. I know one of our students is here as well. And We want to, as I said, add this validation use case, more technical reports, because our master student added some more functionalities that can be turned into a technical report. And as I said, at least 2 more master theses. Finally, just in time, what is the future of our lab? So, as I said, more use cases, as I said, to add a trustfulness layer between the learner, the LMS itself. We want something to stop unauthorized assignment result correction, or maybe to see if we have this use case of incomplete access to assignment results and so forth. So these are the use cases that we want to tackle. We already started with some things, but the idea is to add these things to maybe even existing learning management systems. We know that there are already commercially available learning management systems, not just the one that we plan to develop, but hopefully it will be some sort of add-on to this. So once again, we wanted to ask, should it remain a private blockchain? Should all the nodes be in the ownership of the university or the institution itself, or maybe to be across universities and so forth? So that's one of the problems, well, not problems, but challenges that we want to tackle. And we are now looking at this kind of use case. So when someone from the teacher staff will enable assessment for the students, so we can add this blockchain layer which will record everything, not just on the LMS itself. So this is just a simple sequential diagram, but it's a lot harder to implement when you add the blockchain layer. Finally, what are the opportunities when we use blockchain for this type of use cases? So the idea is, if we use blockchain for document credentialing to check some kind of results and so forth, we can add this layer of trust. We can improve the reliability. We should have this immutability built in, and some kind of higher goal is a step towards some kind of unification in education, with emphasis on logistics, administration. So if everything can be stored on the blockchain, we can then access it and see, okay, you really had those points, not more or less points that you thought you had. Finally, because we've tackled this document credentialing, maybe we started something that we can call a learner-centric platform. So a learner can be the owner of their own educational information, which should be secure, which should be immutable, and hopefully we can use it as a small step to add some kind of unified structure, maybe to go beyond our own institution, maybe adopt with different institutions. We already have some kind of collaboration. As I said, India, for instance, there was talk about a joint blockchain laboratory. It's still in talks, but hopefully it will be realized in the near future. And the idea, as I said, it gets a transparent learner education path. For some kind of conclusion, blockchain can help educational institutions to add the properties that are already built in the blockchain, to enhance security, to add another layer for transparency. And as I said, it should be just even a little step, but it should be a step toward this learner-centric approach. I think it's just in time. Thank you.
floor for questions, so if anyone has any question, feel free to ask.
Thank you very much. You, in a way, presented a brief version in one of our events of this. So I was curious for one thing that you mentioned. It's about centric training. Do you able to add some AI that is focused in the way you examine the people, the way you measure their achievements? Because it's the future. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. One of the goals here is actually to use AI tools, not just for blockchain, but to add AI, or first to train the AI to correctly assess all our pre-exam activities. So, for instance, we have a lot of pre-exam activities which are based on open-ended questions. And for instance, if we have 100 students or more, it should be really painful for the teaching assistants to grade everything. It can be done, for instance, with AI, but as I said, we have to train AI, which is the correct answer that we're looking for, and how to scale those answers. So this is one approach. Another approach, when it comes to, for instance, programming assignments, we have one of our teaching assistants is doing research on auto-graders, and we already have some kind of also published papers on those as well. For instance, one of our journal papers is on an auto-grader for the Kotlin programming languages, and it's really highly cited because there are no papers for this kind of programming languages when it comes to auto-graders. But most definitely, we will use AI. We have to train it correctly, and we also have to check it regularly because still, I think AI, and for this type of use case, it's in its infancy, and we have to always check if it's doing the correct job and correct it along the way. Thank you. Yes, of course.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, I would like to ask another question. Regarding the rights overall and privacy, as you said, the blockchain itself tends to keep everything transparent and track everything down. But in education, learners' privacy rights are also important. And are there any researches regarding how to meet these two opposite polarities, like keep the immutability and also keep the rights of the learners and potential rights to be forgotten, for example?
This is the, well, million-dollar problem for blockchain. So when it comes to privacy, we have to oblige to some kind of regulations, for instance, GDPR or something like that. But it's still, this is a problem that is yet to be solved. So hopefully it shouldn't be just solved on our side, but also from the regulation side. We know that EU is, for instance, preparing some regulations on AI. Maybe they should also prepare some regulations regarding these types of technology as well. So far as I know, if we relax our blockchain layer a bit, maybe we can add some kind of, most likely through smart contracts, to maybe not delete the data, but to obscure the data. So it maybe cannot be accessed anymore. So add a functionality to just not read that data. So I'm guessing that is the idea.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Neven. Now I would like to start with the next keynote speech. titled Effective Management of Regulatory Requirements for Business Safety, Literature Review. Our speaker will be Dr. Ilija Životić. Dr. Ilija Životić is an assistant professor at the Faculty of Engineering Management, Serbia. His academic and research focus lies in the fields of engineering management, information security, and sustainable development, with a particular interest in application of modern management methodologies in technology-intensive sectors. He has published scientific papers and actively participated in national and international conferences, contributing to the dialogue between academia and industry. Dr. Životić is also engaged in teaching and mentoring students in areas of management systems, risk analysis, and digital transformation, emphasizing the integration of innovative approaches into higher education and professional practice. Professor,
Kako menjamo slajdove? Nema prestati. Evo daš, možda. Dobar dan svima. Dobar dan svima. Iz čisto nekih privatnih razloga, tragičnih, nažalost, danas ću izlagati na srpskom jeziku, pošto nisam uspeo da ponesem prezentaciju na engleskom jeziku. Meni je veliko zadovoljstvo što sam ovde, pre svega zato što iskreno da vam kažem, nikog ne poznajem na ovom univerzitetu i za mene je samim tim čast što ste mene pozvali da govorim na ovu temu. Nikada ranije nisam ostvarivao saradnju sa ovim univerzitetom i zaista sam vam zahvalan što ste prepoznali da mogu da budem neko ko može da učestvuje na ovoj konferenciji, naročito da izlaže rad na ovu temu koju smo moje kolege i ja napisali. Kada govorimo o ovoj temi, ona nažalost nije tako zanimljiva kao tema mog prethodnika, dosta je suvoparnija i može izgledati na prvi pogled onako striktno administrativna ili striktno teorijska. Ja ću se truditi ne samo da vam pročitam ono što sam napisao, već i na jedan možda malo neformalniji način da vam govorimo o našem naučnom radu koji smo mi pisali na ovu temu. Iz prostog razloga, zato što sam ja uspeo da postanem nekog kao prepoznat, kao što je uvodničar rekao, ko dosta uspešno spaja industriju i akademiju i teoriju. I iz tog razloga, eto, ne želim da budem lažno skroman, mogu da se pohvalim da imam zaista veliki broj studenta sa Fakulteta bezbednosti koji prelaze kod mene na 4. godinu, da završe 4. godinu kod mene na inženjerskom menadžmentu i da dobiju diplomu, da ne bi morali da polažu za onu čuvenu licencu. Jer ako želite da radite bezbednost i zaštitu na radu, Fakultet bezbednosti klasično kada završite, on vam ne omogućava da odmah počnete to da radite, već morate da položite za licencu. I prosto jednostavno, meni se to zadesilo na matičnom fakultetu da meni to daju zbog mojih studija bezbednosti koje sam imao prethodno i jednostavno studenti su krenuli da dolaze kod mene i na taj način ja sam uspeo da spojim industriju i akademiju, odnosno industriju i teoriju i da iz usta mojih studenta, od kojih mnogi su već ljudi koji rade na poslovima bezbednosti i zaštite na radu i bezbednosti poslovanja, da čujem šta je to u stvari što je glavni problem trenutno danas u našem zakonodavstvu, u našoj praksi, pa onda znači na kraju krajeva i u našem društvu kada govorimo o ovoj temi. Zašto je ova tema po meni značajna? Kao što vidite, znači, zato što ona utiče na zaposlene. Kada utiče na zaposlene koji rade u bezbednosti, zaštitu na radu i bezbednosti poslovanja, automatski utiče ne samo na tog jednog oficira ili predstavnika te službe u kompaniji ili organizaciji, već samim tim, pošto je odgovorna za bezbednost poslovanja cele kompanije, utiče naravno i na celu kompaniju. I jedan od upravljanje ćemo preskočiti, svi mi znamo što je upravljanje, dolazilo do početnog problema ljudi koji se bave zakonodavnim okvirom, sastavljanje zakonodavnog okvira, oni su vrlo zbunjeni i to govori kao neko koji je bio član parlamenta i član odbora koji se bavio pitanjima bezbednosti u parlamentu, kako da definišu bezbednost. Nas, profesora bezbednosti u Srbiji, ima sigurno 30-40 koji prevedu. I svako od nas, da bi ispunio uslove tako, da postane sa docenta, ne znam, vanredni profesor, da postane redni profesor, mora da objavi neke naučne radove, mora da objavi neke knjige. I svi smo mi definisali bezbednost u tim nekim našim naučnim radovima i naučnim knjigama. 40 profesora, 40 definicija, 40 pristupa. I sada tamo neki političari koji se bave stvaranjem zakonodavnog okvira, koji će definiciju da uzeti. A da ne pogreši. A sve su legitimne, sve su objavljene. Ja mogu na mojim časovima da predajem moju definiciju. Kolega može da predaje njegovu definiciju iz njegove knjige. Knjiga je objavljena, ima lisan broj, u Narodnoj biblioteci je prihvaćen neka udžbenik, znači legitimno sredstvo, isto kao i moje i kao svi ostali. I onda ovi koji to treba da donesu zakonodavni okvir, nemaju pojma koji će definiciju da iskoriste u donošenju zakonodavnog okvira. Sledeća stvar koju sam ja uspio da primetim, jer zaista čitam dosta radova i mojih kolega i knjigi, pratim to jednostavno, ne samo u Srbiji, već i u svetu, je to upravo definisanje bezbednosti. Autori su krenuli posle vreme kako se više ima tih bezbednostnih izazova, cyber bezbednost, hibridne pretnje i slične stvari, sve to dodaju tu definiciju. I na kraju kad neko uzme da čita definiciju, to je 7-8 redova nekih napisano, studenti to ne mogu da zapamte, odmah da vam kažu, studenti to nabubaju za ispit, a kad ga pistaš posle 3-4 dana da ti kažeš tu definiciju, on nema pojma, zašto je naučio napamet jer je preširao. Tako da sam se ja trudio da se vratim možda korak unazad i ja jednostavno i moji kolege kad smo pisali ovaj rad definišem bezbednost kao odsustvo straha bilo koje vrste. Tačno. Pa onda posle širimo to dalje. Ako hoćemo strah od hibridnih pretnji, od nuklearnog napada, od konvencionalnog napada i tako dalje i tako dalje. Zašto strah bilo koje vrste? Zato što mnogi autori kada definišu bezbednost, a to se preslikaju na bezbednost poslovanja i zaštite na radu, tu smatraju samo usko neke stvari, tipa ovi kada govore o militari bezbednosti ili policiji bezbednosti, oni bezbednost definišu ako imamo dovoljno topova, tenkova, mi smo bezbedni. Ja smatram da nije tako. I smatram da se to isto reflektuje na ljude koji se rade bezbednosti zaštitu na radu i bezbednosti poslovanja. Jer džaba nekome ko se bavi bezbednosti poslovanja je najsavremeniji softver. Ili onome ko se bavi bezbednosti zaštite rada, hiljade nekih senzora, kamera ili onih prskalica, ako taj čovjek ima malu platu ili mu plata kasna. Da li je on bezbedan kad mu poštar zazvoni na vrata, donese račune, a on nema pare da ih plati? Ja mislim da nije. Da li je taj čovjek bezbedan kad mu dete dođe u školu i zatraži pare za ekskurziju, a on nema da mu da pare za ekskurziju, pa onda mora da se dovija, pozajmljuje, ne znam, kupuje hranu, posebno čekove i slične stvari? Mislim da nije. I to se automatski onda reflektuje i na ono kako će on izvršavati svoje radne zadatke. Kada govorimo o ovoj temi, naravno da ona kreće uporedo sa razvojem društva. Ali kako je društvo uticalo na bezbednost poslovanja i na bezbednost i zaštitu na radu? Na više načina. Pre svega, svi smo svesni kako se društvo razvijalo samo prethodnih 30 godina. Ja često kritikujem i tražim mojih studenta kada pišu diplomske radove, ali kasnije kada pišu naučne radove, da stavljaju nove referencije novih datora. I onda imam problema sa nekim starijima, kada stave referencije 70-ih, 80-ih, ja to jednostavno ne prihvatam ili tražim da mi bar 10 referencija mlađih od 5 godina. Pa kao profesore zašto? Kao šta se to desilo u zadnjih 20 godina? Ne znam, internet, CCTV, kada govorimo o bezbednosti i zaštiti na veštačka inteligencija. Dakle, razvoj društva na više načina uticao na nas i naročito na bezbednost u zaštitu na radu i na bezbednost poslovanja. Poslovanje danas je mnogo složenije nego što je bilo poslovanje nekada. Poslovanje danas je samim tim i mnogo ranjivije zbog svih ovih izazova veštačke inteligencije, interneta i sličnih stvari. Imali smo veliki broj ugrožavanja bezbednosti poslovanja. Nekim od kompanija gde sam ja radio kao onaj bočni savjetnik, vi angažujete firmu da vam uradi bezbednost poslovanja ili bezbednost zaštite na radu, a onda taj vlasnik mene angažuje da nađem grupe, nešto kao etičko hakovanje. I recimo imate situaciju da u nekim vrlo važnim institucijama kod nas svi zaposleni su koristili recimo jedan štampač. Uzmeš USB, gurneš u taj štampač i izvadiš sve što ikada odštampano na to štampaču. I tako cure informacije u javnost. Imali smo pre nekih 7-8 godina onu čuvenu aferu Krušik, kada je jedan od zaposlenih na USB-u iznosio podatke. Taj program koji vam štiti vaše sve računare, da kada ja kao neko ko se bavi bezbednosti poslovanja tačno vidim sa kog računara, kada, koliko sati i koji podaci su downloadovani na taj USB, košta samo $2000. $2000. A šteta nanešena na Krušiku, posle te afere je bilo 70 miliona. Znači, neko nije razmišljao da kupi program koji košta $2000. I toga smo imali kasnije u nekim brojnim drugim našim organizacijama. Drugi paradoks, kad govorimo o bezbednosti poslovanja, je bio jedan britanski model, gde su Britanci u potpunosti bili zamenili tu bezbednost poslovanja, ali i uličnu bezbednost savremenim tehnologijama, totalno su izbacili ljude bili iz toga, ljudi su jednostavno bili samo neki koji su analizirali te situacije. I imali su strašno velike probleme u bezbednosti poslovanja, gde su imali strašno velike prodore, ugrožavanja putem cyber napada, ali kasnije su imali strašno velike napade kod njih u samim firmama. Dakle, ono što se kod nas, nažalost, sada, što se kod nas dešava, to je jedan veliki disparitet između nekadašnjeg shvatanja zaštite, bezbednosti zaštite zdravlja na radu i bezbednosti poslovanja. Stariji sugrađani će se vrlo često setiti kada su radili u nekim starijim društvenim firmama da se ta zaštita na radu mnogo više poštovala nego danas. Ja vam govorim kao neko koji ima iskustva i sa terena. Tada su se osobe koje se bavile bezbednosti i zaštitom na radu mnogo više poštovane nego danas. Danas je to samo neki formular, on nešto popiše, napiše, vi dobijete licencu, prođe ona kontrola, često ne izađe na teren i priča je završena. Tako da mi tu imamo vrlo jednu veliku razliku u onom nekadašnjem shvatanju i današnjem shvatanju bezbednosti, zaštite na rada i bezbednosti poslovanja. Današnji zakonodavni okvir što se tiče bezbednosti i zdravlja na radu jeste trenutno ključni okvir i njegov osnovni cilj jeste zaštita zaposlenih i očuvanje bezbednosti unutar organizacije. Međutim, ono što često ja čujem, da je on toliko strog i toliko uzak, da jednostavno ne dopušta nikakve inovacije. Dakle, vi možda mislite ili možete da napredite bezbednost i zaštitu na radu na vašem mestu, kroz različite neke postupke, kroz različite inovacije, međutim, izlazite iz zakonodavnog okvira, to ako primenite, automatski gubite mogućnost dobijanja te licence. Vrlo važna stvar, dosta ja ne volim da pratim ove PowerPointe, više volim ovako da vam kažem. Šta je recimo kod nas slučaj sa organizacijama, što smo mi dosta uneli u naš rad? Znači, organizacije koje ozbiljno shvataju problematiku bezbednosti, zaštite na radu i bezbednosti poslovanja, to su uglavnom organizacije koje vode ili mladi menadžeri, koji su školovani na univerzitetima kao što je vaš univerzitet, kao što je moj, gde predaju dosta mlađi profesori, ili koji vode menadžeri koji su preslikali svoje iskustvo od starijih mentora koji su nekada radili u tim državnim sistemima, u onima o kojima sam govorio. Vi ste recimo nekada imali situaciju da kad se govori o bezbednosti i zaštite na radu, da je svaka veliko preduzeće moralo praktično da ima jednu svoju vatrogasnu stanicu sa specijalno obučenim timom koji je tačno znao šta da radi u tom trenutku, ukoliko se bilo gde desi bilo kakav požar na njihovom terenu. Danas je minimalan broj kompanija koje imaju tako svoju internu vatrogasnu stanicu. Onda imate situaciju kada se negde nešto desi, kada dođu vatrogasci iz obične vatrogasne stanice, da prvo im treba određeno vreme da pronađu tu lokaciju gde se desio požar. Pa da ne mogu da priđu jer su došli možda prevelikim vozilom koji ne dozvoljava da se priđe na tu stranu. Slično i kada govorimo i o bezbednosti poslovanja. kome ćete se vi sada obratiti, evo da vas pitam sada ovde, ko od vas zna kome će se obratiti ukoliko se desi neki hakerski napad na vaše poslovanje? Eto odgovor. Vidjet ćete u našem naučnom radu kada ga pročitate koje smo mi procedure predvideli i šta trebate da uradite u tom trenutku. Da li trebate da ugasite računar, da li trebate da se obratite vašem direktoru, ili morate da znate ko je u stvari u vašoj kompaniji, u vašoj organizaciji osoba, ja to često volim da kažem oficir za bezbednost, za zaštitno razvoj i za bezbednost poslovanja. Veliki broj ljudi u kompanijama koji imaju 100-200 zaposlenih ne znaju ko je to osoba. Znači, verujte mi, ne znaju ko je to osoba. Kao što imate veliki broj kompanija gde zaposleni ne znaju da im se u prizemlju recimo nalazi onaj defibrator kada nekog poslanika dobije infarkt da mogu da mu daju šok, već zovu hitnu pomoć, dok dođe hitna pomoć, taj umre u toj organizaciji, to smo imali pre neki dan u Beogradu, a defibrator stoji u hodniku čim uđete u firmu sa leve strane. Ali vam niko nije rekao da on tu stoji. A kamoli da vam je neko objasnio kako se on koristi. Slično vam je situacija i ovde da mi imamo tu situaciju da, nažalost, do smanjenja rizika dolazi tek kada se nešto desi, kada se desi kritični incident. Tek onda svi sednu, zajedno raspravljaju o tome kako da spreče neki budući incident. Ali se naravno pre svega ide na saniranje tih posledica. I onda dolazimo do te situacije da je potrebno unapred napraviti plan šta da se radi u kritičnim situacijama kada je ugrožena bezbednost poslovanja i bezbednost zaštite na radu. Kod nas je posebno najveća, 90% organizacija, samo nam postoji plan šta uraditi kada se nešto desi, samo da mi to saniramo pa idemo dalje. Vrlo mali broj organizacija uči iz svojih grešaka. Vrlo mali broj organizacija ima ono što mi zovemo bezbednostni plan. Šta znači imati bezbednostni plan u zaštiti poslovanja? Predvideti sva moguće načine ugrožavanja vašeg poslovanja. Znači, vi morate da predvidite šta vam može loše se desiti. Najgori pristup je pristup, mi smo najbolji, nama to ne može se desiti. Ili, ono što mi često u Srbiji kažemo, ko će nas da dira. A kad pogledate koliko ima samo ukradenih ličnih podataka, brojeva telefona, onda trebate da se zapitate koliko tek nam kradu iz naših organizacija. Jer kako neko vas pozove i nudi vam neki jastuk, tepih ili nemam pojma ja neku raspravu, dakle vam broj telefona, neko je prodao vaše podatke. Podaci se prodaju. Nekada se 1000 podataka brojeva telefona proda za $10 ili 10 eura, a nekada, recimo pred izbore, za mnogo više para. Pa vas zovu i nude vam sve i svašta razne političke opcije. Onda možete misliti kako se kradu namere vašeg univerziteta ili mog univerziteta, da recimo, evo sad sam vam ja odao jednu tajnu, mislim više nije tajna, naš fakultet je na kom ja radim sada prerasta u univerzitet. Mi smo to krili, nikome nismo rekli dok nismo dobili poslednju akreditaciju. Ni zaposleni nisu znali. Znao sam ja kao sada prorektor, nekada prodekan, dekan i nas troje koji smo radili na to. Ali da smo mi to negde, da nismo čuvali na posebnom serveru te stvari, da su one bile javno na našem fakultetu, neko je mogo to da uzme i da utiče možda da mi ne dobijemo tu licencu. Da ne dobijemo akreditaciju za fakultet. Onda tako mi isti u firmama. Imate brojne slučajeve malih nekih privrednika koji otvore jednu radnju, drugu radnju, treću, kažu evo super, sad krećem, sad ću da imam 20 do sledeće godine, on propadne za 6 meseci. Zašto? Neko veliki otkrio njegove te namere, da postane lanac, da postane konkurencija i iskoristio sve one alate moći koje imao da ga spreči da to postane. Dakle, taj bezbednostni plan, kada govorimo o bezbednosti poslovanja, je vrlo važan. Ko je tu najviše ugrožen? Mala i srednja preduzeća. Zašto mala i srednja preduzeća? Zato što uglavnom se mala i srednja preduzeća otvaraju sa onim poslednjim dinarom koji mi imamo kući. Dignemo kredit, uzmemo start-up, pozavimo nešto od rodbine, nađemo par prijatelja koji veruju nas i mi krenemo da otvaramo preduzeće. Ni na kraj pameti nama nije bezbednost poslovanja. Mi gledamo kako da napravimo što jeftinije proizvod i usluge, naravno, i kako što skuplje to da prodamo, da zaradimo novac, da isplatimo poreze, doprinose i slične stvari. I uopšte ne razmišljamo o bezbednosti poslovanja. I tu imate veliki broj problema na teritoriji, recimo, Republike Srbije, recimo kada govorimo i o privatnim vrtićima, gde oni ljudi zakupe neki prostor i sve urade, ali protivpožarna ih uvek dođe, pa ih obara, ne mogu dobiti dozvolu zbog protivpožarne inspekcije. Zašto? Nije im to palo na pamet uopšte da se baviti. Ja sam lično testirao jedan privatni vrtić u Lazarevcu, gde mi se vlasnik hvalio kako on je stavio čvrsta stakla na spratu, da to ne može se razbije, to ne znam šta se desi. Ja kažem, super, a šta ćemo sad, desi se požar ili zemljotres, blokiraju se ona vrata, kako će ova deca da izađe? Pa kaže, razbit će vaspitačica prozor sa stolicom. Ja uzmem stolicu i kažem, ja plaćam prozor, aj ti razbij. On baća na stolicu, stolica se odbije 5 metara. Nigde nema, recimo, onaj čekić koji košta 300 dinara da razbije to sad. Znači, to su vam primjeri iz prakse koliko mi kao društvo i dalje, nažalost, nismo svesni koliko je značajna bezbednost i zaštita na radu i bezbednost poslovanja. Naročito, kažem, malim i srednjim preduzećima, koja, kažem, opet mi otvaramo sa poslednjih dinara. I to je ta neka, mi smo tome opisali u radu, minimalistička strategija, gde mala i srednja preduzeća u Srbiji ulažu onaj minimum minimuma koji moraju čisto da ispune zakonski osnov da bi bilo registrovano, jednostavno i da bi prošle neke inspekcije. Takođe, kada ta preduzeća krenu da rastu, tu imamo sledeći problem. Vi kažete kao neko koji je završio dobar fakultet, koji ima sertifikate iz ovih oblasti, odete kod vašeg vlasnika ili poslodavca ili šta već, i kažete treba se uloži u to i to. A njegovo glavno pitanje je uvek, ako će to da plati. On će pre da kupi sebi nove felne za Mercedes S klase, nego da uloži u to. On će pre, ne znam, tamo nekoj gospođici da kupi neki poklon, nego da uloži u bezbednost i zaštitu na radu i bezbednost poslovanja. I tu imamo čuvenu onu teoriju, ko predaje menadžment zna, ja to kad predajem klicima na prvoj godini, Milton Friedman, Nobelovac iz ekonomije, kada se govorilo o etici i o društvenoj odgovornosti, on je postavio tu jedno etičko pitanje. Ko će to da plati? Imamo dva načina. Jedan način da kompanija plati iz svojih prihoda, da se odrekne jednog malog dela dobiti i da kaže, ok, za bezbednost i za zaštitu na radu i bezbednost poslovanja ulažemo od naše dobiti. I imate onu drugu stranu koja kaže, ne, mi kompanija neće da plati, akcionari moraju da budu na prvom mestu, dignite cene proizvoda, pa neka kupci to plate. Onda dolazimo u neke dalje dileme, da li je to etički opravdano ili nije, da li je to uopšte društveno odgovorno. Sledeća stvar koju sam htio da kažem, gde smo mi takođe u radu, o čemu smo govorili, a to je da ti standardi koje mi treba da ispoštujemo kada se radi o bezbednosti poslovanja, ne budu samo puka formalnost. Ili da budu marketinški trik. Znate, siguran sam da i ovde u Nišu, u Beogradu, redovno uđem u neku firmu ili u neki restoran, što isto preduzeća, tako isto organizacija, i onda prva plaketa koja visi kao firma od poverenja. Firma od poverenja, oni vas zovu i kažu, mi smo radili vašu analizu, daću vam sertifikat da ste firma od poverenja, ali samo nam uplatite 3000 dinara za izradu sertifikata. To je ništa, to je papirić jedan bezdodan. Otvoriš nevladinu organizaciju koju zove firma od poverenja i deliš te stvari. Nikad niko nije došao u kontrolu da vidi šta vi radite, bezbednost, kakva i slične stvari. I tako se veliki broj ovih sertifikata, kad govorimo o bezbednosti poslovanja, isto tako. Znači, uplati se samo neka taksa, nikad niko ne izađe na teren, vi zadovoljni, nije bila kontrola, baš me briga, mirno smo prošli, ajmo dalje da radimo šta radimo, okačite to na zid i sa time se sve završava. A onda na kraju, kada imamo problem, kada se desi ugrožavanje poslovanja, bezbednosti poslovanja, onda poslodavac uvijek dođe kod tog koji je zadužen, to pa kaže što nisi reagovao. Kako onda reaguje, on nikad nije ni komunicirao sa tima koji su mu izdali taj sertifikat. Dakle, ono što je vrlo važno, da izgradimo tu otpornost. I na tome smo mi naročito insistirali u ovom radu. I da ta otpornost organizacije, koju organizacija sama treba da izgleda, i kada se govori o bezbednosti poslovanja, nije nužno na suprotnoj strani od zakonodavstva. Čak ne treba ni da bude na suprotnoj strani od zakonodavstva. Što više se organizacije budu udruživale u pojedine komore koje se bave time, jače će se čuti njihov glas kod onih koji se bave izradom ovih zakona koji na kraju utiču na nas. Dokle god se organizacija onako po tom pitanju čuti, ja dobio sam sertifikat, stavi ga na zid, baš me briga, do tada taj će zakon biti uži i sve uži i na kraju ćete vi morati da se prilagodite u potpunosti tome što baš možda i nekad neće odgovarati našim organizacijama. Dakle, eto, ukratko, ovo je sadržaj našeg rada. Ja volim ovako na jedan malo drugačiji način to da prezentujem, da čujete iz prakse kako se to radi. Vrlo važna stvar, takođe, u koju smo mi uneli, je jedan primjer kada govorimo o zaštiti poslovanja objekata koji se tiču objekata koji spadaju u kritičnu infrastrukturu. Tu imate situaciju da je zakon o kritičnoj infrastrukturi po meni najbolji zakon koji je napisan na svega par strana i po tom zakonu je recimo definisano da svaki emiter kritične infrastrukture, emiter znači svaka trafostanica, elektrana i sve ostalo što je definisano kao kritična infrastruktura, mora da ima jednog oficira za vezu sa Ministarstvom unutrašnjih poslova. Da bi taj oficir za vezu u lokalnoj stanici policije rekao, vidi, naši rizici su taj, ako se desi to i to, vi treba zovete, ne znam, za đerdap, recimo, ronioce, za neku drugu mora da zovete vatrogasca sa specijalnom kako se zove, penom neobičnom, jer znate i sami, recimo, kada se zapali električni automobil, ne možete ga ugasite sa običnom penom, nego mora specijalna pena i slične stvari, a sada sve više kompanija, čak i aerodrom koristi električna vozila za one službenike koji se kreću po aerodromu. Ja vam garantujem, upućen sam u to, 90% emitera kritične infrastrukture nema tog oficira. Ne postoji osoba koja izradila bezbednosni plan i koja treba da taj bezbednosni plan predstavi dalje MUP u Srbiji. Slična je situacija, sada u sličnu situaciju dolazimo kada se radi o online bankarstvu. Svi mi više volimo sada da platimo tako telefonom, da kliknemo, isto koji svaka organizacija date tamo osobi koji se bavi knjigovodstvom, ta osoba plati online. Ono što je sada tu preko potrebno, i to će biti jedna od naših preporuka, je u svakoj organizaciji u taj bezbednost i zaštitu na radu i bezbednost poslovanja, posebno raditi kurseve, posebno sertifikovati ljude za bezbednost online plaćanja. Imali ste juče prekjuče jednu vest da je neki čovjek ukrao Facebooku i najpoznatijim kompanijama 15 milijardi dolara. Kako im je ukrao? Nije im ukrao uopšte. On im je samo isporučio fakture koje su oni automatski plaćali. Za robe i usluge koje uopšte nisu poručili. A su to bile sitne fakture na dnevnom nivou za njih sitne, po 2, 3, 5, 7 hiljada eura. Izabrao 100 najvećih kompanija u Americi, svaki dan im je slao. I oni su svaki dan to plaćali. Jer ova osoba koja je radila na tome, on svaki dan pušta milione. I kad dođe nešto 5, 6, 7 hiljada dolara, on to automatski plaća. Naročito kada je naziv firme sličan nekom već postojećem kupcu sa kojim mi radimo. To vam je nasleđena prevara iz doba COVID-a kada su se falsifikovali oni QR kodovi, pa su ovi što su to prodavali, falsifikovane one potvrde, pravili website sa gotovo identičnim nazivom. Znači, sada neko napravi, recimo metropolitan.edu.rs, sad neko napravi metropolitan.edu.sr. I sad ti kad čitaš SRRS, jel tako, mi smo svi vizualisti, ako ne gledaš dobro, kliknućeš na taj link i tako se dešavaju one phishing prevare i sve ostale stvari kada dobijete na mailu. Dobijali smo često prošle godine, recimo bilo sa Raiffeisenom, lažni Raiffeisen mail ili DHL mail, klikneš, otvoriš link, gotovo poputnije su ti svi podaci iz telefona. To isto je sada se primenjuje na bezbednost poslovanja. Znači, šalju se masovno tako neke slične fakture, ukoliko ne pogledaš dobro ili ti se pošalje mail kao od pošte ili DHL-a, oni tačno dobro znaju. Recimo, ja koristim često BEX. I sada sam krenuo svaki mail od BEX-a da proveravam, zato što sam umeđu vremenu, ne znam kako su provalili, ali provalili su, da ja koristim isključivo BEX i krenuli su mi šalju sa istim logotipom, sve isto kao BEX, ali nije BEX. Tako ćemo vam slati u budućnosti, a već šalju po Beogradu, fakture. Znači, ako radite ovde sa nekim lokalnim preduzećem, sličan mail, sve isto logo, ti klikneš, gotovo, Dakle, to je jedan od razloga zašto moramo mnogo više pažnje da posvetimo bezbednosti poslovanja i bezbednosti zaštite rada, o čemu ćete naravno moći da ovako na jedan akademski način počitate u našem radu. Ja sam čisto teo da vam predstavim na jedan možda pristupačni način. Još jednom hvala Metropolitanu što me pozvao, za mene je zaista velika čast što sam ovde s vama, nadam se da ćete me zvati u buduće, a svakako ćemo ja ispred našeg univerziteta, sad već Beopolis, zvati vas na neku buduću našu konferenciju da nastavimo dalje sa saradnjom. Hvala vam puno.
Hvala, profesor Žutiću. Eto, ostaću na srpskom, pošto je i samo izlaganje bilo na tom jeziku, i evo otvorit ću pitanje.
Sigurno da je od otvaranja bilo kog biznisa i bilo kog poslovanja ima puno aspekata i za bezbednost informacija, bezbednost podataka i tako dalje, ali i za mnogo drugih stvari. I sad se pitam, da li je koncept da za svaki taj aspekt poslovanja imamo čoveka koji je za to zadužen, zovite ga kako hoćete, oficir, ili ne, i tako dalje, ili je bolje rešenje da se angažuju specializovane firme koje to outsourcuju na rade i to je verovatno jeftinije rešenje, jer vi kad pretpostavljam da sredite stvari sa pravilnicima, sa svim tim stvarima koje mnogi pišu, kontrolišu, nema potrebe taj šta da radi svakog dana. Onda je to veliko opterećenje za to preduzeće. Ovaj će dolaziti u vratnu kontrolu, kako te godišnje da vidi kako sprovodim i tako dalje. I ako poslodavac ja gledam da zadovoljim sve propise, da budem siguran, sutra ako se nešto desi na podajem, s druge strane imam zadatak i da minimiziram sve troškove. Tako da, govorenje o tome da mora i da se to ubacuje zakon. Našli se da je to odlaz nekog prošlog vremena da je svako želeo da ubaci u zakon da nešto mora da imaš zaposleno, a mi smo iz sveta da volimo da radimo da bi imali studente.
Tako je.
Tako je zaštita rada niš uradila, tako svi ostali, ali izvinite, moj interes nije važniji nego opšti interes. Mi mora da se zalažemo šta je za ekonomiju Srbije najbolje rešenje za privredu Srbije. Kako da moderno posluje sa minimalnim troškovima, a ne da ja sad ubacujem kod uticaja čovek, morate da imate jedan čovek. Recimo, mi smo otvorili program menadžmenta u sportu. Ja onako naivno razgovaram sa ljudima koji se time bave i recimo meni pokrivice koja je vodio beogradski sport, rekao, pa mi imamo 10.000 sportskih organizacija u Beogradu. Ubacili su u zakon da moraju da imaju menadžer u sportu. Ja otvorim menadžer u sportu, onako naivno mislim, sad će biti studenta kako hoće. Nema nikog.
Tako smo mi otvorili upravljanje otpadom, nema nikog.
Pa zato što ljudi znaju da to nije baš tako potrebno, a drugo, zapošljavaju za ta radna mesta, više futbolere, više ovo, koji nisu ni prošli menadžment, sve, niko to ne kontroliše, to je da nema nikakvog efekta. Mislim da nije rešenje da nije rešavamo problem našeg zaposlenja, odnosno privlačenja studenta na taj način što nekog uvezano zakona, nego da radimo kao što su sve to radi, onda će specializovane agencije to mnogo bolje raditi, a mi se trudimo da boljim programima privlačimo studente, a ne da zakonom obavezujemo da neko piše naše grupe fakulteta.
Tako je, da, slažem se s vama, profesor. Eto, to je, što je profesor sad rekao, to je recimo jedna mana, u stvari, sistema, što je fakultet bezbednosti, gde sam i ja nekad bio, jednostavno kad se završi, ne možete da radite bezbednost zaštitu na radu. Iako se vrši fakultet bezbednosti. Zašto? Zato što je zakonodavac propisao da morate da imate diplomu tehničko-tehnološkog polja, jer bezbednost i zaštitu na radu ne svrstava u DH, nego u tehničko-tehnološko polje. I onda zato dolaze kod nas na inženjerstvo, na inženjerski menadžment, samo da bi dobili diplomu tehnološkog polja, iako su naravno prethodnih 3 godine stekli znanje na drugom fakultetu. I samo ovo što ste rekli, apsolutno se slažem sa tim da na zapadu ljudi poveravaju to specijalizovanim agencijama, spremni su da se odreknu onoga čega mi dosta u Srbiji nismo spremni da se odreknemo, to je dela suvereniteta naše organizacije. Kada deo našeg suvereniteta organizacije da predamo nekoj tamo firmi. Međutim, da ne ulazimo u diskusije, te firme tamo su odgovorne i pred Bogom, i pred narodom, i pred državom, i finansijski. Ako zbog njihovog propusta vi nastradate, oni kao notari kod nas imaju određene depozite koje moraju da deponuju, pa ako se njihovim nekim propustom desi neka šteta kod nas u kompaniji, oni će to oni će to tamo nadoknaditi. Kod nas za sada taj depozit ne postoji, koliko sam ja upućen, da tako neka firma koju mi outsourcujemo da se brine o našoj bezbednosti i zaštitu na radu, da poseduje, da i dalje se kod nas firme sve isto otvaraju sa onim minimalnim osnivačkim ulogom. I ja se samo tu bojim, kako kažem, pretpostavljam, ne radujući se da će neki stranci upravo to iskoristiti, kao što su došle neke strane banke, pa će nam uzeti deo toga, pa ćemo imati posljedicu ono što smo i ovde i pisali u radu, da ćemo imati tu trku u cenama, a ne trku u kvalitetu. A trka u cenama, jer kad govorimo i o bezbednosti, klasičnoj bezbednosti, portirima, čuvarima, ide trka u cenama na dole. Znači, oni stranci su došli, G4S i ne znam još neke silne kompanije su došle ovde, ponudili dosta niže cene od domaćih kompanija. Zašto? Zato što ima gomilu kapitala akumuliranu u inostranstvu, gde je zaradio milione. I on može odatle da uzima deo prihoda i da ovde živi sa cenom 200 dinara na sat, koliko vama naplaćuje, recimo, ili nekom drugom za portira. Njemu se to ne isplati, ali on na taj način guši sve ostale firme, pa kad u nekom kraju uguši neku firmu, on polako diže cene, a istovremeno nameće strane standarde koje domaće firme ne mogu da isprate u tom smislu. Pa onda, aj sad da ne ulazim, šta onda rade domaće firme da bi se bezbednosti, da bi uspele da nadomeste to. Hvala vam puno, izvinjavam se na utrošenom vremenu, hvala vam puno. Aha, pa dobro, ja izvinjavam se. Izvinite.
Da li imate još nekih pitanja? Dobro, pošto ja bih htio da pitam ovako. Da li ste vi sve moguće pretnje nekako klasifikovali, skupili na jedno mesto, podelili po nekom kriteriju?
Ne, malo je strana za naučni rad da se to napiše, zato bi trebala praktično cela knjiga. Ovo je čisto, smo koristili šta može iz literature da se izvuče. Jednostavno je preširok, za ovo se ide na fakultet, eto, kako vam kažem, da bi se sve to definisalo. Da, mi smo se fokusirali što se tiče najviše malih i srednjih preduzeća. Šta mala i srednja preduzeća, koja je za njih najveća pretnja, pa smo tu išli upravo na to da oni nemaju svoje kadrove, ili ovo što je profesor rekao, da uzmu neku agenciju samo na papiru. Mi mislimo da je to najveća pretnja, jer tu nema zaštite, niti bezbednosti uopšte. Vi ste outsourcovali, potpisali papir, neko se ko bajagi brine o tome, vi ga nikad niste videli, on vam redovno svaki mesec isporučuje fakturu, pričam vam iz iskustva mojih studenta koji već to rade. Znači, nikad niko ne dođe na teren. Nikad niko ne dođe da obiđe. Ja sam radio kod mene vanredni inspekcijski nadzor za PP aparate kod mene na fakultetu. Gde smo videli da su PP aparati pogrešno postavljeni. Gde smo videli da postoje neki ormani za struju koji ne smeju tu da stoje. Pa smo morali to da renoviramo i tako. To mi je uradila jedna studentkinja koja radi to. Znači, mi mislimo da je najveća pretnja u stvari to. Automatsko outsourcovanje bez njihovog uticaja uopšte na samu organizaciju. Slažem se, mislim da ukoliko se pojavi neka profesionalci, profesionalna agencija, da to treba raditi. Ali za nas je to najveća pretnja, jer faktički vi imate bezbednost samo na papiru. Eto. To nam je...
Neko kontroliše i nadzira.
Profesore, dragi, niko.
Da radiš nešto, da ti niko ne prati i ne kontroliše da li ti radiš posao.
Pa, eto, ne bih da ulazim sad kako pojedinci dobiju akreditacije, ali ja vam kažem iz iskustva, verujte mi, vrlo mali broj njih izlazi na teren, zato što je tolika navala. Sad su oni, nama su preko tog zakona nametnuli da svi moramo to da imamo. I bukvalno je navala, evo, recimo na Čkarici gdje ja živim, imate 6000 privrednih društava. Svako to mora da ima. Ne postoji toliko menadžera bezbednosti, ne postoji toliko menadžera zaštite na radu. Jednostavno kada neka agencija dobije 100-200 klijenata, ona bi morala da ima 100 ljudi koji će ići svaki dan na teren. I onda se vraćamo na ono što ste vi pričali, ekonomska isplativost. To je nemoguće platiti za tako nisku cenu. Mislim, nama je to mnogo kao privrednicima kada plaćamo. Ali kad pogledate koliko treba platiti nekog stručnjaka koji je završio fakultet, koliko on platu treba da ima, pa vozilo da izađe na teren i slično, onda dođemo u situaciju da su ti troškovi daleko prevazileze prihod. I zato ne izlaze na teren. Mislimo da je to najveća pretnja. Eto, to je neki naš zaključak, je to najveća pretnja.
Hvala lepo. Eto, ja za kraj samo jedno kratko pitanje. Dosta govorite o planiranju napred preventivi umesto doprinosi do rješavanja problema na kraju. Da li postoje to neke tehničke, da kažemo, merljivi neki aspekti koje može firma samostalno da sagleda, da uradi neku samoevaluaciju, da na osnovu toga proceni da li zapravo oni dovoljno rade na toj nekoj preventivi ili su i dalje u toj fazi, kao što ste rekli, rješavamo problem kad se desi, kada se požar desi, shvatimo da prozor nije bio pogodan za...
Jedan, mislim da je najbolji odgovor na to je u stvari bi bilo da sve te firme imaju to neki ljudi koji se bave korporativnom bezbednosti, koji su članovi nekih komora, imate sada neke 2-3 komore korporativne bezbednosti u Srbiji, gde se upravo razmenjuju ta iskustva. Ali tu je potrebna sama inicijativa. Znači, prvo organizacija mora da imenuje neko ko će time se bavi. I morate da imenujete, znate i sami, radite management. Neaktivan, reaktivan, proaktivan menadžer. Vi ako imate proaktivnog menadžera, on će sam da dođe i kaže, ej, vidi šefe, ja to znam da radim, dajte meni to da radim, ići ću u komoru bezbednosti, raspitaću se tamo, dovešću nekog Iliju koji će da vam uradi, da vam nađe manje. Ali ako imate nekog neaktivnog menadžera ili reaktivnog, koji usput radi još 100 nekih drugih poslova, toga nema ništa. Znači, potreban je proaktivan pristup.
Hvala.
Hvala.
Hvala svima. Napravit ćemo jednu malu pauzu do, eto da kažemo, nekih 10 do 12 i onda ćemo nastaviti sa trećim keynote govorom. Hvala.
Hello everyone. It is my great pleasure to announce our third keynote speaker. It's academician Professor Vladica Ristić from the Faculty of Applied Ecology, Futura, Belgrade, Metropolitan University, Belgrade. His lecture is Ecological Entrepreneurship, a path toward new transdisciplinary or meta-sciences. So, Professor, if you are ready, you may start.
Thank you very much. Greetings this meeting. Greetings everyone. Probably this is the last my work in transdisciplinary research. The next phase with my team from International Research Academy of Science and Arts from Belgrade, of course, and my team from Miami University is a new step, which is metadisciplinarity. What is metadisciplinarity? This is a new approach to knowledge and research that goes beyond individual disciplines and even beyond their usual forms of connection, such as multidisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, or transdisciplinarity. And last one, older one, monodisciplinarity. If vratite sam slide na još. If disciplinarity connects disciplines and order to solve complex problems, metadisciplinarity takes one step further. It deals with the structure, principles, and ways of thinking that underlie all disciplines. It seeks to develop general model of knowledge that are not tied to any specific scientific field. Of course, to meta level. What is meta level? How knowledge is created, organized, transformed, and combined. It enables the creation of the new discipline and new epistemological frameworks. It strives the integration and theoretic and method, the highest level of abstraction. In other words, metadisciplinarity studies discipline themselves, the search for universal patterns of knowledge. Okay, now I tell you something: ecological entrepreneurship, about the disciplinarity or maybe meta-science. It's basically transdisciplinarity, but last transdisciplinarity. It's the first book in the world of entrepreneurship, ecological. No one behind me even the foundation of knowledge making, climate instability, pollution, biodiversity loss, and growing inequality show the traditional economic model can no longer ensure sustainability. This is not only environmental crisis, but an epistemological one, a failure of values to worldwide lives. In response, a new paradigm emerging, ecological entrepreneurship, or entrepreneur. However, it redefines success or balance rather than quantity. Some quantity seeking forms the value of creation the restored rather than deplete natural systems. This approach views human and stewards collaborative with nature is not masters. Unlike conventional entrepreneurship, which separates of competition and profit, ecological entrepreneurship emphasizes circularity, ethics, cooperation, and very important regeneration. It transforms business into a platform from social, ecological renewal, treating waste as resource, scarcity, and opportunity, the crisis and driver of innovation. The goal of paper is positioned ecological entrepreneurship as a transdisciplinary, the last one, transdisciplinary scientific field. Synthesis of applied ecology, sustainable energy, digital technologies, and ethical economics, supported by literature, case study, and original indicates, ecological land use coefficients, e-look, green sustainability index, GSI, and regenerative agro index, very important, agro. The text arguments that the new generation entrepreneurs is needed leaders who equate success, the ecological and social impact, and who build networks to regenerative initiatives from communities outward. Ecological entrepreneurship has become bridges between economy and ethics in technology, and not profit and solidarity. The paper provides analytical methodological framework for understanding entrepreneurship like scientific instrument, regenerating ecosystem societies. What is ecological entrepreneurship? Ecological entrepreneurship is a new scientific discipline that unifies profitability, sustainability, and ecological regeneration, rather than focusing solely to economic gain. It evaluates success through contribution to ecological integrity, social well-being, and long-term societal stability. In this model, the entrepreneur becomes architect of regeneration, designing system-based circular materials flow, clean technologies, and transparent digital tools. The field integrates principles of sustainability development, the circular economy, green innovation, and social responsibility. Or provide the first systematic theoretical foundation for ecological entrepreneurship, presenting original formulas. In my book, of course, indicators applied methodology that define the independent scientific discipline. We try to bring new scientific discipline. This is really the bridge of traditional entrepreneur and ecological. When I said ecological entrepreneur, ecological entrepreneurship based inside the economy share the same root. Oikos in the Greek language, it's home. is this home? Ecology explain these elements. Only when related the producibility, the historic proof, ecological entrepreneurship evolved along the three phases. 1980s green product phase, 2000 circular process phase, and today regenerative phase. We're in a problem with all ecological elements today. Before I said we have climate changes, it's not only climate changes. We have flood, we have every worse, and we must adapt an ecological entrepreneurship give that solution. Global expansion, from climate change to food insecurity, confirm the necessity of this shift. The sustainability metrics allow measurable elevation, the ecological contribution. The philosophical core lies the transformative premise. Every ecological problem, height and opportunity. Waste becomes raw material, carbon. A new economic sphere and pollution, the catalyst of innovation. Ethics is a structural component, not accessory. Transparency and responsibility, increased trust, stability, and resilience. Local communities, when involved from a start, can improve implementation. Some rates by up 50%, proving that ecological transformation depends on collective action. Meta science includes collective action. Overall ecological entrepreneurship represents a new culture of economic behavior where success measures through to health of ecosystem, community trust, and international responsibility. Innovation as sustainability business model. Innovation drives ecological entrepreneurship and connects science, technology, and human values. Eco-innovation, what is this? Eco-innovation reduces energy, use material waste while increasing competitiveness. Companies adopting them experience higher efficiency, greater customer loyalty, lower environmental impact. They shift a logic from take, make, dispose. Remember that. Take, make, and dispose. And design, use, restore. It's a key word. Take, make, dispose, and design, use, restore. Second one, reduce the raw material 50 to 20% and lower emission. Calling the circularity practical business strategy. They replace ownership with access individual consumption with the shared system in the Monotech. Green digital transformation. It's very important. Artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and methodologies accelerate experimentation, reduce resource consumption, increase transparency, and support precise ecological monitoring. Ecotourism, it's sustainability tourism, of course, creates revenue, the natural capital creating the regenerative cycle. Destination are playing, play restore models, all become growth in the new generation. Eco-commerce model. This is models from work, from paper, but a model from a new book, a new research. expense traditional business count while creating ecological and social value. Enable measurable triple business design. I used to formula triple values in Bucharest. Economy and finance ecological progress. Regenerative economy requires a new financial architecture. Highly financed project combine public and private sector are 35% more successful. The most effective path. Listen now, grant, green loan, and impact capital. And one time, grant, green loan, impact capital. Green loan, dollars, and tax incentives. Green loans with a lower interest rate, the tax reduction for renewable technology accelerates sustainable adoption. What is crowdfunding? Community-based financing boosts transparency and creates collective ownership, leading to higher conversion rate and a stronger local engagement. Impact investing, growing 17% annually. Impact investing align profit with measurable social and environmental benefits. PPPS, public-private partnership. Enable large-scale sustainability in a sustainable process in infrastructure, especially water, waste management, and energy systems. And what is new method? New method indicates GSI agriculture. Qualitative remuneration outcome making decision, making evidence-based investment, ecological entrepreneurship measures success not by the number of investors, but by the trust it builds among community, ecosystem, institutions, ecological entrepreneurship across the sector. Tourism, I says, regenerative tourism increase revenues and reduce emissions. Agriculture, regenerative agriculture strengthens soil health, biodiversity, and long-term resilience. Construction and architecture, urbanism, and now green building are hit in 5 to 7 years, I think. Stimulate new green profession. In industry, industrial symbiosis and digital twins reduce energy loss and waste. Small enterprises, over 90% the green innovation came, of course, from small enterprises. In Serbia, more than 400 green startups contribute to renewable energy, circular design, and ecotourism. Patents and innovation, this is very important, is a 6 research of new science, starting with 6 research. Green patents account for 38 percent of European Union innovation, especially biomaterials and recycling technology. Together, this sector demonstrated sustainability is not limitation, but a driver of competitive transformation. Research results based on 42 case studies and multiple sector analysis key findings include the double dividend, 22 to 28% improvement in energy efficiency, 15 to 21% rise in material productivity, and 1290 reduction to CO2 emission. In 83% of case, economy gains, the ecological regeneration occurred simultaneously. Financing is an effective model. Circular design and servitization reduce road material cost and increase margin. Digital twins cut energy density and operational downtime. Downtime is, of course, financial instruments. Hybrid financing improve survival rates 35%. Green loans, the tax intensivities, the post-adoption, and crowdfunding increases local legitimacy. Ethical transparency and community co-design increase implementation success and resilience. Sector contribution, agriculture, construction, small enterprises, and innovation ecosystem show measurable regenerative outcomes. Validation tools, eco-canvas, provide effective for design and assessing triple value models, very important model. And of course, in the end, ecological entrepreneurship is a not fringe concept. It represents a new logic of development based on circular resource flows, digital infrastructures, and ethics performance. It's a prose that profit and planetary health are not opposites. Profit becomes function of ecological restoration and community empowerment. To make this paradigm, for now it's paradigm, but in future be real thing. I'm sorry. To make this paradigm a new global norm, the principle must guide future policy and practice. Measure holisticality, share data openly, return value, communities and ecosystems. Idite dole još. Ja ne vodim računa o tome. Idite dalje. Idite dalje, skoro do kraja. Ja zanesem se ovamo, pa dobro. Will become a standard practice. Ecological entrepreneurship we transform for pioneer need to mainstream foundation, a regenerative society. This paper, this work, and of course my book is the last one I said in starting, last thing of transdisciplinarity. New stare in the planet. It's meta. I explain this meta-disciplinarity. Now I'm sorry, but I in university, and I'm sorry because my students waiting for me, waiting couple hours. Please email me the question, and I will reply. Sorry once again, and thank for your understanding, and best regards of my academy. Gospodo, objasnio još jednom da ću odgovoriti na sva pitanja, jer je ovo potpuno nova nauka. Knjiga je objavljena na Miami State University-u i upravo se implementira kroz razne banke svetske ta istraživanja. Još jednom zahvalan sam, hvala, i vidimo se u dobrom raspoloženju, ako Bog da, na konferenciji vrlo brzo našoj Mijanu i Rasa. Hvala veliko još jednom i doviđenja.
Hvala i vama. Verujemo da će biti puno pitanja, stići će vam mailovi. Prijatno. Čekaj da nađemo. Dođi vam. Ne može. Mail. Neku sliku što Olga poslala skini sa ovog naloga. Ajde. Samo ti pokaži. Sad upali jednu sliku, molim te tuda da mogu da kažem. Da nastavimo u duhu English. Oh, okay. Let me say a couple of information. If there are any of you interested in publishing paper in this special issue, please contact us. My colleagues Natasha and Branislav are guest co-editors. It is Axioms MDPI journal with Q1 categorization in Serbian part of this system of ranking journals, and deadline is the end of July, so if there are interesting authors, please contact us. We can deal with some discount or similar with the MDPI events. So thank you for the opportunity to say this, and okay.
So Francis, as you said here, could we also add some stuff related to extensions of fuzzy set?
Yes, yes. There are a lot of extensions. Yeah. I don't know if you mean about.
The title is like this.
Well,
Any kind of applications are applicable. I mean,
anything. Yes, cybersecurity, decision making, economics.
Good. The journal is good. What is the price?
The price is not good.
Okay, so we can now continue with the first session in the conference room. We have several papers. Some of them will be presented online. The rest of them will be presented live. And we are starting with the first paper entitled Machine Learning Analysis, Advancing Security Planning. That paper is by Julian Hristov and Zlatogor Minchev from the Institute of ICT from the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. Julian is here with us online, so you can start. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And hello, everyone. I hope you are hearing me well.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. To set the stage for our discussion on LLMs, first of all, I have 2 slides with which I will showcase some findings from a related research project, giving you a clear context of emerging media risks and challenges. This is a road map showing how the researcher identifies the tests and the main challenges for media security in a rapidly evolving digital environment. Our morphological analysis mapped possible features, identifying 642 plausible scenarios where AI bias and media bubbles create key challenges. This systematic approach helps us anticipate emerging threats before they materialize. Oops, sorry. This serves as an early warning system for media security professionals. The system model reveals interconnected risks. Our assessment shows hybrid attacks and media autonomy as most critical, confirmed through real-world testing with experts. These risks are particularly dangerous because they reinforce each other in unexpected ways. And understanding these systematic interactions is crucial for developing effective countermeasures. And now, on the topic for LLMs, artificial intelligence-based technologies have significantly penetrated every sphere of our lives. The application of LLM is widespread for civilian purposes such as medicine, finance, education. However, these models are useful tools for strategic planning in the field of national security. However, there is a serious lack in the field of strategic planning at the state level. Challenges. What are challenges? We all know about hallucinations. They are one of the big problems in LLM. These models do not have a fact-checking mechanism, and the algorithm is designed to predict the set of next probabilistic sequences in the text. Next challenge is information sensitivity. When working with documents containing classified information using these models is risky. And also we all know about attacks such as prompt injection attacks, which bypass or modify system instructions, or they may be direct via direct command from the user, or hidden in a text array or database specified in the model. Methodology we are using in our model for reading big corpora of texts aims to extract scenarios from these texts. We have an approach which is invariant of the close reading, distant reading concepts, and the graphing the graphs approach of American sociologist John Moore. Also, the Kenneth Burke grammar of motives approach was used here, which allows the mapping of relationship models of the type actor-act, actor-act-actor. Also, we use tools from natural language processing, which are freely accessible and easily applicable for building systems for machine-based document analysis. Here you can see some part of our model and how it works. This is so-called labeled entity extraction, which is available through the use of the SPICY module, which offers an automated solution for labeling entities such as state, person, organization, as you can see on the slide, on the picture. We also use another method, which is called keywords in context. For now, we use this tool from a Voyant tool, which is a freely accessible tool, and we might make this not in automated way, but the main point here is that the keywords in context feature lets users input a keyword and instantly see all instances of that word within the loaded text or corpus aligned with their surrounding words. And what are the results? We examined three Bulgarian national security strategies from the period 1998-2018. The graph shows the actors who are charged with the most responsibilities in these documents. We see that three main players clearly stand out in these documents. These are Bulgaria, NATO, and EU. This reflects the geopolitical determinants that the country has followed during this 20-year period. As I pointed out, the process is not yet automated, and at this moment, the relationships between the individual actors and in the three documents are not isolated. But to visualize the results on this slide, you see the scenarios that were extracted for Bulgaria from the 1998 strategy. And here we can see two main activities. Bulgaria strives and Bulgaria participates with some of the scenarios in this document. The main goal is to uncover the chronological development of the scenarios in the individual documents, the trajectories along which these strategic documents undergo their evolution. For this purpose, it is necessary to extract scenario vectors which have a certain weight in these documents, and thus attempting to predict how the scenarios we are interested in would develop in future. And here is the verification of our results. The slide is not very visible, I think, but I will explain what we are seeing here. In the Bulgarian Academy of Science, we were given access to the Fujitsu private GPT model in order to verify the results. The second graph shows the actors and the interactions between them in the document from 1998. This is the concept for national security of Bulgaria. We see that there are some similarities with our results of the scenarios, but also there are some differences. The differences mainly arise from the fact that the two models perform the task in different ways. The second does not isolate some of the actors that we focused on with our model, such as NATO or EU. However, the second model provides more detailed information regarding some of the scenarios. For example, the scenario concerning Bulgaria, which strives for security in the Balkans, is described in much greater detail in the second model, including the integration of the Western Balkans into the EU and NATO, the promotion of security and democracy, and so on and so on. For clear picture, our demo version of the model finds specific terminology with the option to choose from three dictionaries. Terminology with negative, positive, or neutral connotations. The goal here is to discover patterns in which the main actors act in terms of some of the most commonly used terms defining the environment or the scene of the action. Here are the most used terms with negative connotation in the three Bulgarian strategic documents, national strategies for national security. The proposed methodology allows for more precise and effective analysis supporting here we can see the most common terminology such as crime, threat, weapon, crisis, risk, and corruption. This is the more frequent terms that were used in the three documents. This gives us the framework within which the main emphasis of these documents are concentrated. The applied remote reading methodology allows this context to be compared with the extracted scenarios, which will be further used for their evaluation. Our future works, the research using this methodology continues, of course, with the goal of extracting all scenario vectors from the individual documents in order to determine their continuity or lack thereof. The proposed methodology allows for more precise and effective analysis, supporting decision-making in strategic planning. This means that we have to make this process fully automated, and the analysis of the development of these scenarios will be extended by examining other documents such as government reports on the state of national security and so on. Here we are still in phase 1. This is our rule-based approach, but we have to combine transparent rule-based systems with AI validation to ensure both explainability and accuracy in scenario extraction. This hybrid methodology maintains full control over the analytical process while leveraging for quality enhancement. The approach enables reliable tracking of security scenario evolution from documents to future forecasting. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Julian. I now open the floor for any questions, if there are. Of course. Here we go, Professor Minchev.
Thank you. So I would like to say that what Julian has presented is a really big step, because we find a way to cooperate with Fujitsu, and they provide us a great opportunity to use their private cloud. And manage also to organize with high-level officials from the MOD possibility to really support the process of extending the national security strategy, because as he mentioned, in the United States, for example, this is a normal, regular way. Nowadays, people are planning together with technologies. Why? Because technologies are very fast in processing big quantities of data, and they can give us support. What is, however, important is taking the final decisions with the people, because the other option that he presented about creating different scenarios is part of something that we are developing the last 20 years for morphological analysis. But the question is, are these plausible or implausible scenarios, especially for the future? In security planning is just an example. It could be whatever area we discuss, for example, social technological transformation. But most important is that nowadays we are able to see that technology and people are trying to work together in a symbiotic way, which is really something new. Still, the technology is not sentient. I mean, that these generative AI models, but it is progressing. And for me, this is a really new environment, because we, the people, don't use the computer in the way like in the
20th century. But it is really getting smarter and smarter. As Emmanuel mentioned in the morning, it will train us in a way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions, perhaps? Then I will just ask one question. You said that there are several challenges when you are exposing national security documents to LLM models. And the first one is hallucinations, which we all, even for our civil purposes, are quite familiar. But can you tell us a little more about those prompt injection attacks? I don't think that the audience here is familiar with that. So maybe if you can just give us a simple example what that kind of attack could be. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Unfortunately, I cannot explain in depth this particular attacks, but as I mentioned, they may be like instructions in the prompt with direct command to the model. Or the second way is the hidden one, when you attach a file with a text, but between the text there is some comments that may confuse or maybe even corrupt the working of the model. But unfortunately, I cannot explain in depth how these attacks work.
A really good explanation too. We should really be very careful, especially when it comes to processing documents which are of high importance and confidential. Thank you again.
Thank you.
And yes, an applause, of course. And we can continue now. Let me just, I think I can put this down. We can continue now with the second paper. The second paper will be presented live. So the title of the second paper for this session is Security Analysis of Open Source Geographical Information Systems Server Components in Telecommunication Applications. The authors of the paper are Goran Stamenovic, Faruk Selimovic, Muzafer Saracevic, and Azra Chatovic. The paper will be presented by Goran Stamenovic.
Можеш да направиш някакво слайдко, ако стигнеш. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. Уважени приятели, скъпи приятели от България, добре дошли. Извинете zbog moj loš bulgarski, and I will continue in English. The topics, we just forget to The title of our work is Security Analysis of Open Source Geographic Information Systems Server Components in Telecommunication Applications. That's the part of our much broader investigation about implementation of geographic information systems, especially in telecommunications and integration with security models. First of all, I would like to define what GIS or Geographic Information Systems are. There are numerous of definition of Geographic Information Systems, but generally I could say that that's the combination of hardware, software, geographic data, and very important, human resources. Very often we forgot for the last one. I will explain by the end of this presentation why the human resources are so important. When we talk about GIS in telecommunication, we use GIS depend on topics of view. From engineering topics of view, we could say that we use geographic information systems for visualization and analysis of geographic data, for network planning, for sure, optimization of telecommunication infrastructures, coverage assessments, and so on, maintenance, engineering, and so. But from the marketing or business point of view, we could say that geographic information systems we use for market analysis, for customer relationship management, for some kind of resource management or budget planning, and etc. There are numerous of commercial softwares in telecommunications. Here you can see some of them. Usually they are used for frequency planning, for analysis of telecommunications network, for maintenance, for designing of networks, implementation. But there are a few of limitations for these commercial softwares. One of them are, for sure, is big price, high cost of these softwares, and high cost of implementation and lengthy implementation. Other problem with commercial softwares are dependence on vendor updates and modifications. From the other side, there are, especially in the last few years, there are a lot of open source software in telecommunication with very similar characteristics like commercial softwares, but with very big advantages like cost efficiency or free of charge. Also, they are more flexible and more adaptable to different or specific needs for every specific customer. But also, when we speak about open source software, there are problems with security, because due to the open accessibility of this kind of software, there are of course problems with different kind of sensitive data, like user geolocation. You can see, if you know enough, you can see user geolocation, network infrastructure details, service utilization. For example, if some cyber criminal would like to exploit, to attack to you, he can use your geolocation. If my wife, for example, know every time my geolocation, I will be in problem. So, fortunately, she's not a cyber engineer. So, I think I am. I'm not sure. Also, there are a lot of potential breaches, like violation of data integrity. They can cause reputational damage, financial loss. We have spoke about that. privacy invasions, and etc. Also, some of other companies could use your data for infrastructure sabotage, subscriber data leakage, service disruptions, and a lot of other specific things. Here in this part of paper, we focused on few of several components of open source geographic information systems. And we have here one case study with GeoServer. For example, GeoServer could manage cell tower location using different kinds of services. Then map guide for visualization of, for example, here, fiber optic network infrastructure. Mapnik and map server for rendering in real-time network coverage map, and open layer like web client without direct access to server for visualization of data. Specifically, when we talk about GeoServer, that's the GeoServer is open source web server, Java-based, for sharing, processing, and editing geospatial data, and implement different kind of open standards like VFS, VMS, web coverage service. Also, is high interoperability with open standard spatial data sources. And we could integrate GeoServer with different virtual globes like Google Earth, NASA, worldwide. Also, we could integrate with open layers. We will talk about open layers in the on next slides. But there are a lot of problems with GeoServer, like risk of weak passwords, hashing, admin interface exploits, etc. That's a generally problem with open source in generally. About when we speak about bad configuration, depend of version, depend of services, depend of community. So other one is map guide, that web-based geospatial platform for developing and deploying web mapping application. We could use map guide for interactive viewer for different kind of selection, buffering, etc. Specifically for map guide is that was Autodesk project in the beginning. Now there are two versions. One is open source, one is connected with Autodesk, that's commercial version, and Autodesk in this commercial version enabled connection with other Autodesk projects like AutoCAD, 3D Map, and other projects. Mapnik is open source map rendering software, support multiple geospatial formats, but also depend of configuration and depend of probably some of DOS of denial of service attacks from using different invite loops. Map server that's open source framework for web-based geospatial application. Originally was developed by University of Minnesota and used by NASA for imagery of forest from satellite for NASA, but after that, that's independent project. There are different kind of map server. We could use map server for Linux, Windows, Mac OS, written in C, but also the potential attacks and security risk from unauthorized filter injections, proxy misconfiguration, and so on. So you can see in our research paper. And finally, OpenLayers. OpenLayers is a web-based JavaScript library for visualization, and we use from the client side without direct access to server. That's plus for OpenLayers. So potential cyber attacker cannot use OpenLayers for direct access to server. Here in this table, we have shortly all of what we talked about previously. So you can see that a lot of these components from these server components depend of access control, depend of the level of control what we select for your server components. And here there are some prospects, potential vulnerabilities, security, and mitigation for our server components. You can see from this that some of prospects and some of suggestion is further support and implementation with 5G or 6G networks, using Internet of Things, using blockchain, what Nemanja spoke in the beginning of our conference, and that's the future. And I don't like to read from the slide. You can see, and who is interested in can see in our paper. But one of the biggest things that what we spoke in this paper is that the main problem when we talk about security is not technology. The weakest link in security chain always are human. So thank you very much for your attention, and if you have any question, of course, I will be very happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the audience? Yes.
So we used to work in the field of GS maybe 10 years. And with the industry, but the first problem is the speed. So if you have good connectivity,
yeah, sure, for sure,
this will be one thing. Because when you speak to security, of course, first question is why don't you use kind of a crypto check? Because it takes value.
Yes, I agree with you. So thank you for question. I agree completely with you. But in this paper, we don't have enough space or enough time to analyze every detail about that.
My point is different. I just put the context. For some reason, in internet, because of the last few years, different wars in Europe, in the Middle East, you can find maps. Have you studied on the kind of validity of this information? Because you go to Telegram, in network, you can find a number of transactions, match something that's going on. Is there anything that you do in this securing the contents? Because the map looks real, but it could be completely fake. This is something that you didn't even touch in a way. It's quite important, especially when you develop a reliable stuff, reliability of information.
Yeah. Thank you again. Thank you for discussion. So I also agree with you that there are different kind of maps you can find everything anywhere in internet. And that's the reason why we put security in the front of our investigation, and especially we talk about GIS server components, not GIS in total. So we have in our investigation and some other papers, we have different point of view when we talk about GIS in total. Especially, I have some works about open source GIS and some works about GIS, including in commercial version of GIS. But I agree with you that security is very, very, very important, and sometimes we don't think about that, especially when you are not from technicians. You are not technicians.
Thank you. Are there
Thank you.
other questions? If not,
Thank you.
thank you again.
Let me go.
And we can continue with the next paper. Just get my microphone. We can continue with the third paper in this session. So the next paper is entitled Formal Modeling of Security Dynamics in Sensor Networks Using Fuzzy Inference Systems. And that paper is authored by Alexander Alexandrov from the Institute of Robotics, again from the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. So Professor Alexandrov, the floor is yours. Yes. Here you go. And this for the live stream.
Okay, thank you. So, the idea of this research was related to some technical issues in wireless sensor networks regarding their security level. One of the traditional methods of analyzing security level or security to realize security analysis of sensor networks is typical to analyze input outputs and to find decision, does this network is secure or not secure? But this is very primitive way to analyze networks which consist of 1,000 or 100,000 of nodes. That's why we need a model. And the idea is to prepare a mathematical model which follow the dynamics of the work of the sensor networks. What is the motivation? I already mentioned it. We have a classical methods related to the security analysis, but at the same time, we have problems with this type of analysis because sensor networks has some limitation as energy limits, thrust, and some problems during the communication. That's why the idea of this model is to use fuzzy modeling to interpret and analyze the security level of the networks. In general, what is the model? We represent the sensor network as a connected graph. It's a typical way to represent sensor networks, started since Petri nets in the middle 100 years ago. So we have a connected graph which consists of the nodes and communication links. What we do with this connected graph, we have some attributes to every node, assign some attributes to every node, which is not finished, but in general, trust level, data integrity, energy, and local intrusion likelihood. Of course, we have added some additional attributes, but for current level of the formal modeling, we limit to these 4 attributes. The global security state of the network practically is affected by all of these 4 parameters. In previous researchers is defined fuzzy security index, which is mean something empirical values which are related to the security state of every node and the number of the nodes. It's an elementary formula, and empirically is calculated that the secure level is good when the fuzzy security index is above 0.7, and the security level is compromised if the fuzzy security index is below 0.4. It's a like axioma. I don't know what will happen if we calculate fuzzy security index 0.39999, but doesn't matter. What is the idea of the model? We have some uncertainty of the levels of the trust, data integrity, and energy. And most of the times we qualify them with some terms. For example, trust is low, medium, and high, and data integrity is poor, fair, and good, and so on. This is the general architecture of the security, from the security point of view of the model, of the security model. What we have the 4 attributes which are affected by rules which are fixed in our case of the model by Mamdani method, and finally, based on the rules of the Mamdani method, we calculate the security level. So I prepare some examples of the scenarios. It's a typical for Mamdani, because why we use Mamdani? Because in my previous researches, I as rule use Sageno methods, but Mamdani has specific value that he doesn't output the crisp value. Here, the Mamdani output is typically linear and get more human-related output, like compromise, non-compromise, secure, not secure, and so on. This is the formula of the diffusification method of the Mamdani composition. We use a centroid method, which is mean that we calculate something like center of weight or center of mass of all the attributes. And based on this calculation, we got the security state. What we did, we put all the data which we simulated in our lab in MATLAB, and use some libraries which are based on fuzzy logic toolbox and symbolic man toolbox. What is the result? The result is as expected. It's a combination of the all 4 parameters. I will divide them in some scenarios. The first scenarios get level, good security level. This is based on the MATLAB generated diagram. It's how is the relation between security scores and the thirst parameter. The second scenario is related to energy exhausting phase. The third scenario is related to the intrusion likelihood, which is a bit interested. And with all this calculation, the simulation was finished. And what is the result? The result is, for us, is relatively very good because it's smooth. When we start to put randomly generated parameters, we have a smooth results of the diagrams. There is no dropping, which is very, very important for modeling. So this is the result, and I would like to thank you for the attention.
So now I open the floor if there are any questions. Yes?
Thank you for good presentation, and I would just want to ask you, have you considered the use of some other fuzzy numbers, or maybe other type of defuzzification, not just centroid method?
No. Till now, no. We just started the modeling now, and we use the centroid method because the centroid method is very easy to be calculated. And the idea here is the formal modeling is to put the algorithms in some nodes in the clusters of the sensor network. This is the general idea is to analyze network inside, which means that the idea is to organize self-control and self-defense wireless sensor network. That's why we need this model to be integrated in the sensor network, not to be outside. That's why the centroid method is very easy to calculate, because it's very simple.
Just integrals.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes.
So general questions, how do you handle uncertainty? Because in a way, is there any verification that you use? So you make preliminary assessments and after that you have a feedback?
At the moment, uncertainty we generated by randomly generation of the sum attributes, because this is theoretical at the moment. We didn't prove it in a real condition. This is a formal model only at the moment.
Thank you. So for the third time, any more questions from the audience? Perhaps? If not, thank you so much again.
Thank you, Tom.
And we will continue for our last presentation, which will be online again. So let me just get my titles in order. So Stefan is here with us. So the final presentation for this session before the break is entitled Shared Defense Response in Corporate Networks, and it's authored by Stefan Tavkov and Professor Zlato Gorminchev, both from the Institute of ICT from the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. Stefan is here with us. I hope you can hear us. Can you hear us, Stefan?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. So we already announced you, so you may begin your presentation.
Thank you. Do you see my presentation? Okay, thank you. So, hello everybody and good evening. My name is Stefan Tavkov. I'm a PhD student and assistant to Professor Zlatogor Minchev from Bulgarian Academy of Science, ICT. So, today we're going to talk about shared defense and response in corporate networks. Nowadays, the main problem with cybersecurity is not about dealing only with one type of threat or protecting only one type of vector of attacks. Like, let's say you have entire network where you having your own business data, information structure and flow, everything that is shared and connected in this system. The cyber criminals and the cyber attacks are not only focused about your finances or your, let's say, online publicity or aspects. They want to have all your data, all of your let's say employees' data. They want to spy on you. They want to, let's say, they want to investigate about your company or your usage flow. How do you work, and etc. etc. So the main idea is to gain more data and sell this data or corrupt your system and make you pay ransom for this. So today we're going to talk about the system that we'll be developing for quite a few time. So it's going to be it's machine learning based system. It's EDR system also. So the main aspect and idea in this development is combining machine learning and EDR perspectives, so we can defend more and more of your digital space, more corporate digital space. As in previous publications about developments that we're doing, we talk about collective intelligence and how we can connect every system on your network and using them to protect you. So that's why we started thinking about using our EDR system that is enhanced and enables us to monitoring and protecting more vectors from your system. Almost everything. We're actually monitoring every inch of your system without the hardware by itself. A few things on the hardware like CPU, VRAM, let's say video card systems, everything except sound card. There we don't have access at this point. So the main idea here is to gain more and more information flow from your system so that our agents are capable of analyzing the data. Here you can see we have the values and the weights of each component that is used in our EDR system. On this graph, you can see process monitoring, file system monitoring. As each of these, you have different connections to different particles and modules in our system that helps each other to know what is happening on your system or the corporate system. And when we get to this point, we can share this data all over your corporate network. So all of the systems on the network are aware of what is happening on your system at the moment. The difference here is that the system has classification capabilities. So whenever you're trying to access some website or data source that is outside of your corporate network, and we have man in the middle, let me just go to this slide. When we have man in the middle that is capturing all of your data and trying to steal your information flow, the system automatically reacts, classifies the intrusion by the way it's working, by the way it's gathering the information from your system, and dealing with this automatically. Like, we have a lot of regulations about autonomous work, but it's working at the moment because our system is teaching from your behavior at the system at the moment that you're working. So let's say you're working on a different types of presentations, or let's say you're building corporate software, doesn't matter, or you're just in the oil companies, let's say oil business. The system analyzes your workflow, the programs that you're working, the way that you write down, and this behavior is stored locally on phone for your system or corporate network. It depends on the complicities of your network. From then, the system knows what is actually a threat, what is actually a workflow process, because mainly we have issue with gathering a lot of false positives over the training period of this model. So we have to analyze dynamically what is happening every inch of your system and know exactly where the cyber threat or cyber criminal is happening. So that's we have so many connection points. That's why we have so many monitoring systems and modules that are working to gain you and give you the entire security operation workflow, like it's going to be okay when you use it. So we have adaptive malware and ransomware defense system, enterprise grade malware driven endpoint protection. So here we have module that is capable of detecting malware before it hit your system. So mainly the systems that are out, let's say, you can find online or you can buy from wherever you want. They're depending on signatures or pattern matching technologies. Let's say Yara is one of the most used tool at the cybersecurity industry. We can use it as a Swiss knife because it has extended opportunities to analyze data in real time. But actually, this is not everything that you can use to deal with ransomware. We have integrated one of our previous researches about file disarmor, which is capable of analyzing data from your file when it's downloading without it's being deployed on your system. So this gives us a privilege of knowing exactly what type of bytes are coming into your system, because we are combining this with network activity monitoring, registry activity monitoring, and data collection sensors, which together give us the opportunity to block the threat before it compile on your system. And this is giving the companies and the users that using the system a privilege of getting more higher and higher success ratio of detecting unknown threats. Yes, we do have and we do use pattern matching technologies, because this is the fundamental of cybersecurity detecting and also malware. But it's not the lead. So here we are integrating the adaptive malware and ransomware defense system. We're using it in a different kind of sandbox for executing 20 malware families, where we are making testing with different types of attack vectors. Like, let's say we have web surfing, we have email box, we have removable flash drives, we have LDAP services that are active on the corporate network, we have Telnet SMTP services that are working, SSH services, which are not protected, let's say, by the administration of the company, and because they're using it on one way or another. These protocols are one of the critical in one infrastructure of organization, because mainly the cyber criminals are targeting these open protocols, which are easily vulnerable. You can maintain it and monitoring what is coming from inside of the network and what is going from the outside without having initial access to the corporate network. So here we need to use kernel level monitoring and also combining this with hardware solution, which is placed on the network level. And we are capable of understanding and capturing the threat on the entry level of your network. By using and combining with the EDR solution that are on the machines, we can adapt this entire workflow to work very low on performance, like on your system, and maintaining the right state of less false positive attacks, which is very important for detecting malware. So here we have the static feature analysis. We are getting the information from the files. Let's say it's been deployed on your system because you want to do it, and the file is added to executions. We need to analyze every inch of your system, so that's why we're analyzing all of the files in the file system using key structure extractor, which we developed by over the years, which is capable of analyzing all parts of this file and getting to a different types of blocks, so the system may train itself much easier on the way to go, because not every corporate network has powerful systems for defense, let's say. Most of the companies are relying on cloud infrastructures to host their networks and their security. They're using AOS, Azure, or things like that. But the local security, like let's say the local cybersecurity for the company infrastructure that is on the office, on the site, is vulnerable. So that's why we need to analyze everything connected with files, registry keys, processes, handles, threads, everything that is connected to your system. After that, we are making entropy and optical diagrams and street application, string API call correlation. The idea is here to understand how this process file, or let's say URL, is working, and we need to extract, let's say we make a scrapper to analyze what is happening inside of it. If it's a website or a web app or API, and if it's a file, we analyze it part by part. So we need to train the model much faster. Here you may see a model diagram of how our system is collecting information. We have security monitoring system, file system monitor, sensors that collecting all kind of data. This is just a minimal diagram image. We have internet activity monitoring, the user activity monitoring, which is responsible for analyzing your behavior behind the machine. We have executable file that is deployed on your system, or it can be .com, it can be a BAT file, it can be PDF, doesn't matter. For the cyber criminals, we can hide, they can hide everything that is connected with executing a file just only by masking it as a picture or a PDF file or video file, doesn't matter. From then on, we're using the ransomware machine learning model, which is one of our previous works that is combining in the EDR. And here we can collect all of the data from the file. We can send control center connection. We can analyze the activity of this file, where it's trying to connect over the network. And all of this information after this is placed in the training model. So the training model is now aware what is this ransomware want to do. It wants to connect to internet to, let's say, suspicious IP servers. From then on, we have the classification. If this threat is real threat or it's a false positive, by classification methods of a PA extractor and entropies and pattern matching and machine learning based algorithm that is pre-trained before this. And now we have one complete signature of what a heat signature actually, how this file needs to apply and work, and what actually the files do. So if it's changing the course of the pattern that needs to work, the system automatically takes actions by isolating it, sandboxing it, and waiting to see something malicious to happen on your system if you want this to go to this scenario. As we talk about man in the middle, we have encryption burst. We are monitoring resistant, persistent anomalies, network C2 pattern detection, which is one of the most important things by collecting and analyzing data from your network. This way, we are capable of analyzing layer 3, layer 7 of your network incoming traffic. So we can know what is exactly coming into your system by driver and kernel module, which is capable of capturing everything that is coming and outgoing from your, let's say, corporate network. This is something that we are integrating years and years, and we're using it because it has one of the most top qualities, behavioral graph encoding, which is one of the most fastest and reliable ways to maintain and capture threats that are unknown for the system. Here we use different time modules combined with machine learning to analyze this threat, or let's say save file, and to retrain our model. So on this way we can optimize the model and stay less, and we can compress it much easier. So it's going to be lightweight for the system, which is very important. So we have architecture, we have lightweight classifier, which is one of the most important things as we're talking of detecting real-time threats, because we need to stay low on performance and gaining one of the most powerful and, let's say, time less consuming detections. Then we have deep zero neural network, ResNet, which is over the years we've proven that is one of the most reliable for not making different type of false positives, or we can actually comply the less training data, so we can extract the more future that we want. Then we have hybrid static fusion pipeline, which is responsible to combine pre-execution file with analysis in real-time monitoring and behavior analysis to provide us with to provide us with more accurate data, what is happening with this file or this process. Because every system, doesn't matter, is it Linux, is it Windows, Android, or Mac OS, there are dozens of services, microservices, drivers that are working on the background that the user actually don't see. But these services are responsible for most of the cyber attacks that are hitting your system because they are vulnerable. So that's why this system is actually connecting to each of these processes and actually dynamically analyzing what each of these processes do and how do they do it. Let's say on Linux, it's very easy because it's open source. We have the extractors that is capable of analyzing each centimeter of the process and drivers and services that are working. In Windows, it's different because the kernel of Windows is closed. It's not open source. So we are extracting data in real time from the kernel, which is somehow tries to limitate the information, but we find a way to overcome this issue. And we are gathering all of the data that is going through the kernel and out. So we are predicting more accurate threats. Here you can see it has net behavior detection. We have the detection flow. We have the time, which is typically different life cycle of the attack. And we need to know what exact time, let's say, we have an event in our system, because it's important to stay aware with all of the systems that are in this corporate network. Otherwise, we are risking to be hacked, let's say, on a different level of the system, because every corporate system has backup systems, databases. I'm talking about servers and clusters of servers responsible for the optimal workflow of the company. And they need to be analyzed all of the time. It doesn't matter that the software is installed there or not. The software automatically detects this. The EDR detects this. And monitoring what is coming from the servers and what is getting into the servers. Real-time correlation engine. This is the engine that is responsible for analyzing kernel level monitoring and mapping everything that is happening into your system as events, logging, and changes, which is a different part engine of this EDR system. And it's actually it's the one that is making, let's say, the most noise in the system, because it's high on usage. And with different kind of methodologies, we have completed that this engine is now running on very low power. It doesn't require some kind of special system resources, anything like that, to gain all of this data in real time and stay ahead of the threat. Cloud intelligence layer. This is a layer that is very important if you're using, let's say, outside the web. This connects to our data servers, which are cloud-based, and we have different kind of API connections to them. So the system may exchange in the big data cloud server that the system has been attacked, the different vectors of attack, and this is going to the servers. So the servers train the data, analyze this data, and protect the other clients all over the other corporate networks, which is important, but most of the companies prefer to stay offline because their business is connected with secret information or private information that they don't want to get over the web. Which is important to know, because we have, let's say, a group of companies that are working only offline. We have companies that are working online, and we need to know, the system needs to know what type of workflow they're using. So that's why we're using the behavior monitoring of the computer and the systems. Here we have the automatic response. We have process suspension, file system isolation, network blocking, and termination if we're using the network. When the attack or the threat tries to make connection to the outside world or tries to harm the network driver by poisoning the network using RP poisoning or different methods for infiltrating in other systems, the EDR that is installed on the, let's say, corporate network computer automatically patch these actions from the viruses, because let's say we can use machine learning to create virus, and we've been creating viruses that are using machine learning to learn how the system works. On this way, by using this automated response, which is again machine learning based, the system analyzes how to stop the threat and terminate it or cure the effect of this threat. We can block the new age cyber threats that are AI based. Here we can see diagram of detected, not detected infections in machines. This is without pre-training models. This information is from the machine learning algorithm that is working with deep precision neural networks, ResNet. And you can see that detection is over 30% without any pre-trained data, just the main data set that is, let's say, 10 samples. Then we have not detected, that we were low. We have inflection flow, and the machines that stay, let's say, the 13 machines, I think, within the experiment. So the discussion, the present approach is powered from our ransomware detection and protection due to the integrity between the machine learning and multi-layer telemetry, because we are analyzing all aspects of the system. Doesn't matter if it's a computer, endpoint, or server. So that's why we know how the virus works. We can predict the user interference with the security software, and we can predict what the virus or the malware tries to do on your system without executing on the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. Do we have any questions from the audience? Yes, Professor Kostic, here you go.
I would like to ask, because you mentioned a few times false positives and how you're trying to minimize them, what could be potential bad scenario if false positive is triggered in the system or isolating some of the aspects of the system? Is it just additional work to turn that back to default state, or it's something that can compromise the system further?
Oh, we definitely try this type of scenario. We simulate this. Yes, we have a model that is responsible if we have false positive, because this is widely exposed like vulnerability to cybersecurity softwares. When we have false positives, that we're staying very low at the list because we're using machine learning and pattern matching. But if the system is, let's say that something is detected as false positive, we have auto-correction engine, which is responsible after this, after the system engaging in action for dealing with, let's say, with the malware or the file that is supposed to be malware. And afterwards, the system have the time to react, analyze, and see the data. The module have to automatically respond and restore the optimal workflow, so the user actually don't see any kind of interruption. That's the main idea.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, maybe? Yes. Here you go, Professor.
This is my PhD student, so I have applied to make a comment. So the problem in this situation is like this. First, the response time. When you create a new ransomware protection environment, you have less than a second to respond. Normally, it's less than 10 milliseconds. Otherwise, if they are good, they sneak somewhere in the system. The other problem is the training. So even if you train well your network, whatever it is in the architecture, normally use at least an aggregated level view or level fast and rough and slow and detailed. There is always could be a kind of an arguable behavior that couldn't be judged the right way. So, if you have a good computational power, you can train. We have a supercomputer facility, but it's very expensive. And normally, even big companies in this situation have problems. So, what we are trying to do is kind of a prototypes that do not consume too much computational power. And the details are calculated somewhere outsourced, I mean in a cloud environment, while the GPU is the one that is addressed for local work. But anyway, it's enough in this way. I couldn't say that there is a universal solution because otherwise there will be no problems with the cybersecurity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with this, I think that we can conclude this session. we will have a short break, I think 20 minutes, and then we'll continue with session 2. So thank you again. You may go outside for some refreshments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye, Stefan.
Testing. Oh. Testing. Da, mora se uključi neki deo. On ga kao uključi pa isključi. Probaj ovaj prvi. Čekaj, vidimo ovo. This works.
Baterija sam malo. Tu da mi je oba mikrofona. Evo.
Good afternoon. Nešto. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's okay. Okay. Now we will continue with next session. Our first lecturer will be Professor Minchev. His paper is titled Cybersecurity Synergies and Gaps Identification in the Age of Digital Cognition. Please, Professor.
Thank you. The buffer is a little bit weak. This is for online, huh?
Yes, for streaming.
Okay. So, first of all, thank you once again for the opportunity to be here again. Always happy to visit Niš. And unfortunately, the conference weather is pushing us here, but it's the reality, so we need to speak also about the future. I put this here, digital cognition, because nowadays with the evolution of artificial intelligence, it's becoming more and more sentient. And what we try to understand the human-machine synergies by means of cooperation and how to identify this. And of course, because there's always gaps in the models, we also add them. So this is the idea. We put some notes of the digital society, starting from virtual reality, extended reality, cryptocurrencies, critical infrastructure, etc. For the moment, it's still related to social networks because even meta solutions that have smart glasses are addressing the social networks. But what is the idea of digital cognition and human-machine mixing? So we start from individual cognition, where different people are communicating each other, but we are not adding technologies. Nowadays, with the collective cognition, we add smartphones. And we continue extending this with different Internet of Things devices like smart glasses, augmented reality glasses. But with progressing of the computer speed and scale, you see what NVIDIA is doing. This is becoming more powerful, and this network that we just speak about are getting more smart and in a way are able to self-evaluate. We are still far away from these robots about the sci-fi genre where they understand, they have feelings, emotions, etc. This is far away for the moment, but there are algorithms that in a way not just communicate with us like large language model, but in a way are able to assess. And this is the level of technological cognition. For the moment, somewhat limited, but you get a feeling that you communicate with something that has intelligence. And in the future, who knows, maybe we will become machine-to-human communication. And this is the idea, exactly what I'm saying. So moving from passive web user, nowadays most of the pages you are able to comment, so there are smart bots that are assisting, and we move slowly from Web 3 to Web 4, where you have this extended reality stuff. Even these smart glasses are having this, but only with the audio. And in the future, it is connected to
kind of machine-to-human neurofeedback telepathy. You know, you have heard about these experiments of Elon Musk, still quite limited. And now moving to the modeling environment. It's people, technology, services, infrastructure, interactions, and all the rest we put as an external environment where you have numerous contradictions and conflicts. Because things that we couldn't understand, we are not able to, in a way, properly handle and use. And because of this, this is from the digital agenda from Europe. It's about the went towards 2030, that's why I added here. It's a different directions, social, political, military, economic, and whatever is unknown that time is in the field of other. Most important that research and education together with innovations are on the table. And when it comes to human machines contradictions, conflicts, this is the future of war, where scenarios like Terminator will appear. And the question is who should keep the lead, humans or machines? Because machines are just for the moment optimizing, and they don't guarantee safety and security for people for some time because they recognize them as enemies. So this, you can imagine when it comes to the future, what will the future army looks like? It will be more robotized than humanized. And in the break, we discussed the future army for the region. So this is the answer. No humans, we need robots. It's like Star Wars scenarios, but they are more obedient. When it comes to the future about technological evolution, it's of the post-informational era, you get quantum computing. Good news, it's still not that fast progressing. And so it's useful for some calculations, but still not implementable for machine stuff like sentient artificial intelligence. And this is something I'm not sure that you have seen, especially about Society 6.0. This is robots are taking care about humans. It's sci-fi genre, but it's machine-to-human communication. While to the left, you have these robots, smart, are assisting the people. This is Society 5.0. This is the Japanese idea that's also in the moment very fastly progressing in China. Every citizen has a social rating system. And you are able to get deliveries via drone systems, and it's already a fact. You can order by internet pizza, for example. It's coming. And it is quite fascinating. Good news that still the motivation between human and machines is dominated by people. This for the moment. For the future, we don't know. Nowadays problem, because you see to the left you have technological and to the right user phenomena challenges. And the problem is that due to technologies, we are getting over-flooded with information, and you get different phenomena like digital dependencies, dementia, also addiction. So especially for the young generation, they are born with these smart devices. So if you take the toy from them or there is no charging, they become to behave different way. And in the middle are the things that you should, in a way, handle by hybrid solutions of human and machines. So these are the regulation stuff, where to put the boundaries. It's because of this, we develop a methodological approach that is extending, and last year I illustrated in one context. This year we extended. So as you see, one thing interesting here, the uncertainties towards these new technologies about future of economics and new technologies. This is a generalization of a study that has been finished 2012. And still it's valid. The rest we judge as critical. This is more than 300 pages study, so I don't know how much informative, but when it comes to pandemic, we do understand that technologies are in a way, though not that much useful, at least entertaining us. Hopefully not a new pandemic is coming on the way, at least in the next 10, 16 years. This is a new model that is controlling the region from technological perspective in a way. about digital transformation, cyber espionage, and new digital society. It's addressing the Black Sea area. Good news for Serbia. But we also have models for the region. What is important here that each of these relations here in the model, in a way, could be approximated with the S-shaped probabilistic curve, and so this distribution can be assessed dynamically. For this, you need a supercomputer, and here we approximated 4 phases. So moving from prosperity, recession, depression, and improvement. This is the famous Kondratiev S-shaped waves, but we, in a way, make them more understandable. And with our recent approximations, we are able to stimulate quantum jumps. So moving from one phase to absolutely another. And this is quite important to approach real processes like the pandemic, for example. So this means unexpected phenomena. Nowadays, with the generative AI, you are able further to verify the results with human and machines interactive questions. I would like to thank to Fujitsu and to HP for this opportunity that they provide both infrastructure and technology to us to practically realize this. And this is interesting for one thing. So further on, at the very end, these are with the people that still take the decision. So with this kind of stuff, we stimulate your mentality. And our brand new stuff is addressing the way you stimulate your cognition with the machine and provide you in a special state of lucid dreaming. So as I said, machine to human is on the way. It's a specific device that is using the video musical background. So in a way, we expect associations from you about different objects, scenarios that you visualize in your mentality, and we add them back to the models. Some kind of stuff that we measured, and some very recent stuff, very, very recent. So in October, I think, we organized a training with a workshop, and this is the result. I would like just to show you for one reason. You see, I will just start the part. It's AI-generated stuff after the human analysis, assisted with this Fujitsu private cloud. At the end, we get the machine-generated stuff with humans' intelligence. But bad news is that the machine one is taking the lead, and you listen in the scenario that they try to control the human population. We didn't instruct for this the machines because they need them to repair. Only for this we were necessary according to the algorithms. This was quite interesting because actually we provided 300-word scenario, and this is the analysis here that we produced with the people. And then we provide this to another AI and request them, add these gaps, challenges, adversaries, drivers to this scenario, which was humanly created, and give us a feedback. And you get this result.
Imagine a world born from desperation. Our home, Earth, had succumbed to its fever. The oceans rose. The skies turned a permanent, hazy brown. Humanity, on the brink of extinction, looked to the stars not with wonder, but with a desperate need for survival. From the ashes of this global climate collapse, a bold idea took root. We would build a new kind of city, a sanctuary on Mars. This wasn't just another colony. It was an ark of knowledge, a testament to what we could achieve. Life in Neuro York is a continuous conversation between human and artificial intelligence. At the heart of this society lies the nexus of our evolution, the neural coprocessor. This tiny, bio-integrated AI chip is implanted in every citizen at birth. It is not a tool for control. It is a bridge. It enhances our cognitive functions, allowing us to process vast amounts of data in an instant. Imagine a world...
I'll stop it here because I want to comment. So actually, it's not controlling us for the moment, at least it claims. But imagine if every citizen has an implant. So we move this stuff. in your brain. For the moment, they move us with this, and it's coming more small. So with this topic, we organize few roundtables concerning more specific stuff, but European idea for new army and the future global stuff. And very recently, we do this with the industrial context. And we get this at the very end. To the left is a book, and to the right is the result that I'm just part of it will play. This is for the real. It's not fictitious.
Global security runs continuous. The battlefield is distributed, everywhere, and often invisible. Autonomous systems don't tire. They patrol, sense, and learn at scale, with drone swarms maneuvering like weather fronts. Robotic formations contest spectrum and compute as much as terrain. The operating environment isn't evolving smoothly. It's jolting between risks and adaptations. Fiscal constraints drive shared funding, pooled R&D, and neighbor-to-neighbor cooperation as federations of states emerge around standards and interoperable platforms, realigning alliances and complicating deterrence signaling. AI runs factories at Aero3 printing components for adaptive weapon systems and resilient logistics. Forces train in VR and XR, rehearsing multi-domain operations with live data feeds. Classic 5D war is land, sea, air, cyber, and space. AI adds a sixth dimension, acceleration of sensing, decisioning, deception, and logistics.
Maybe this is the right place to stop and comment, because the rest of the movie is more political. But what is important here is the cooperation between the people, because all the technologies that you see create two things: very flexible environment, expensive, but very fast, because the result that you see is produced for one afternoon. So you can imagine, if you have enough resources, what you can get as a result, and if you have the right political people. That's why I stopped here with this initiative that I am proclaiming for the last, since 2007, already 8 years, for cooperation. So we exchange ideas here. But what is important is that to keep, as I put it in the discussion, the future of human and technology synergies, you need to properly define the framework of this. Otherwise, these robotic armies will move like in the Star Wars scenarios. Some powerful people will use them. They even now using them with the drone systems, but not that much in our region, luckily. But this thing is changing. So the future war will look completely different if you put the artificial intelligence to lead the role. And nowadays it's for analysis, but within the future it will be easily implemented. So we should think, where's the gap of the control of the situation? Thank you for your attention.
Do you have any questions?
In your scenarios and predictions of potential future, do you consider problem of potential corruption of information, collective knowledge, considering that, for example, AI slop is now making almost, by some claims, 50% of total data online. For example, if AI is creating something that's not very real, but someone else is quoting it as real, but then someone else quotes that as real thing, and AI starts to merge with actual truth on the larger scale, would such compromising of data influence your predictions in any way?
Good question. Short answer, yes. Detailed answer. We simulate in real time cyber attacks that are inspired and created with artificial intelligence too. So even in this CyRX 2025 scenario, it was one of the moments that not just analytically showed, but demonstrated So this is the future. You know what's the problem? AI for the moment is just optimizing. So it's used like greedy algorithm that doesn't care about the collateral damages. It cares about fast optimization from mathematical perspective. So humans could be a problem sometimes. Also the infrastructure that is important for them. So from this perspective, this is quite important to be analyzed. But, you know, I should like to share one more thing, that when I was in China last year, I was impressed how developed is their society. So we should also discuss that with the limitations, we will stop the progress. So it's not that easy to organize both technological, innovative reality and at the same time to regulate it, because we don't know the real problems until they appear. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer. Any other questions? Yes.
I just have a short question. So you said you visited China, and I've been the last year, so I was very impressed, especially at the most technological advanced cities. So my question is, we know that when it comes to regulations regarding artificial intelligence, the European Union is still holding back. I know that China, Australia, they already have their own regulations and they can go on. So what is your prediction or what is your opinion regarding why are we so slow when it comes to Europe for these regulations? And other parts of the world are in front of us because they already tested or they have some kind of regulations and they can move forward. Thank you.
Good question. In my opinion, the reason is the access to these semiconductor devices that are in the GPUs. We don't have them in Europe that much in the scale that they have in Asia, for example. That's why we try to over-regulate.
Yeah.
So if you see the advertisement of NVIDIA, the small robot that is orienting, it's not doing too much. But the robot is very cute. The question is, if the people inspire the robots, what will be the result? So in my opinion, that the regulation should be, in a way, based on practice, not just proactively stopping the progress and the initiatives. But why is Europe that conservative? Because it's their nature. The question is that when you speak globally, I mean, we should not say that Europe is the world, but we should look also what Asia is doing, what Africa is doing, because in Africa there are a number of startups where China, for example, is investing in these innovative ideas, and to think for the potentials to have different federations where you can create innovative stuff and test them, not just to proactively regulate and stop the progress. Otherwise, you know, well, people will move to this place that are unregulated, like these offshore business zones, and that's it. We will stay behind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Professor Minchev, for all questions and answers. And our next paper is titled Evaluation of the Complexity of Unitary Matrix Factorization and its Analogy with the Discrete Logarithm Problem. The presenter will be Professor Miloš Dražić from the Belgrade Metropolitan University. For a live stream.
Okay, so do I need a microphone? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Hello. Good day or good evening to the audience. Yes, I'm very happy to be here, being able, to share with you some results from the study titled Evaluation of the Complexity of Unitary Matrix Factorization and its Analogy with the Discrete Logarithm Problem. Okay, this title, can account not just analogy with the discrete logarithm problem, but also we did an analogy with the factorization problem because all these problems fall into the same category of hidden subgroup problems. Okay, so let's see, what is the motivation? So I look beyond classical numbers, okay, or classical number theory, okay, because all classical problems, as you can see, live in commutative groups. Actually, we are talking about abelian structures, and so not necessary number. Okay, so we can talk about matrices. Okay, so matrix group, okay, that say represents some abelian group. We know that these matrix groups are, or these matrices are diagonal. Okay, so we can say that actually the classical number theory, okay, definitely will be and is jeopardized by Shor's algorithm. Okay, why? Because Shor's algorithm breaks, it is known, okay, both RSI and it solves the discrete logarithm problem. We'll see actually where is the actual power of Shor's algorithm. Okay, in brief, in general, the periodicity is heavily exploited, okay, by Shor's algorithm, and the periodicity, okay, works very fine, and it is well defined for abelian structures. The periodicity actually is not satisfied for non-commutative structures, and matrices in general, matrix groups, okay, they are not commuting objects, which means that the Fourier sampling, okay, the Fourier sampling is not applicable for non-commutative structures, and it's not applicable. So the Shor's algorithm, for now, yes, cannot represent the danger, okay, for non-commutative structures. It is very important. Okay, of course, keep in mind, using non-commutative structures is not the promise for the future. Yes, okay, but I believe this is prerequisite. Yes, for safe cryptography. Okay, post-quantum cryptography. The original Shor's algorithm, okay, is able, yes, to attack abelian structures. However, okay, even if we say switch from commutative to non-commutative structures, we should avoid groups with no non-trivial invariant subgroups. Okay, there exists an extension, okay, an extension of Shor's algorithm that can attack groups that is non-abelian structures that possesses invariant subgroups. Okay, so this is one more problem. Okay, that is some potential platform group. Okay, should be simple group, and okay, so here, okay, you can see the general, yes, the limitation of abelian groups, say multiplication of numbers or matrices is commutative. Okay, and we know many crypto systems actually rely on abelian, yes, algebra. Okay, we know that the addition of points on curve is also commutative. Yes, so, and as I mentioned, the period finding, okay, represents, yes, the core of Shor's algorithm because of usage of quantum Fourier transform. Okay, so definitely this is the reason why we need to avoid periodicity, okay, and decomposability. And what would be the good candidate or good candidates? As I mentioned, group, okay, should be a simple group, okay, and very good candidate is unitary or orthogonal groups. Okay, so let's see. First, it's obvious, yes. This group, okay, unitary group in general, or special unitary group, okay, I'll mention later on, okay, something about so-called special unitary groups. The multiplication is non-commutative, so the order of multiplication matters, okay? So they are high-dimensional unitary groups. We can choose the dimension, and this is nothing but the manifold, okay? This manifold has many local minima, okay? Also, it has non-convex structure, okay? So it is, and we'll see, okay, what is the search space, the size of search space, how the size of search space is related with the size of matrices, okay? They are simple groups, no invariants, non-trivial invariant subgroups, okay? And what is nice, geometric stability. Okay, so we know columns and rows are orthogonal vectors, and in general, such kind of transformation does not change the norm of a vector. What is nice is that no known quantum algorithm actually efficiently factorize a unitary matrix into, take a look, into an unknown number of components. So we are not talking about something like singular error decomposition or factorization on 2 or 3 matrices. Actually, the goal of this study is to analyze, okay, or to see what would be the potential if one start with using unknown numbers of components. Okay, so I mentioned something about special unitary groups. Okay, so as I said, unitary groups does not change the norm of vector. However, special unitary groups, okay, they impose one more constraint, that is, they preserve the complex phase. Okay, we know that the basis for special unitary groups are Pauli matrices, and also we know that quantum gates are expressed in terms of Pauli matrices, and definitely it is extremely hard to decompose into smaller operations, and it is known that actually, as I mentioned, Pauli gates, okay, so this is the natural link to quantum mechanics and in general spin groups. So these special unitary groups, we should keep in mind that they do not transform vectors, but spinors. And the spinors are more rich structure than a vector. But what is nice, there exist mappings between spinor and vector space, which can be exploited later. Okay, so what would be the analogy with RSA? Okay, so RSA, hard problem, yes, it is known, factor and number. Okay, so the step I mentioned, yes, and that would be, yes, the periodicity. Okay, this is extremely, for present computer power, this represents exponentially hard task, okay, but the quantum speed up, okay, reduce this complexity, and okay, so the job can be done into polynomial time. So what would be the matrix analog? Okay, so suppose that we have a unitary matrix U, okay, and we want to, as you can see, to factor, okay, into a product of unknown unitary factors. Keep in mind, this is just the sequence from 1 to n, but if we change the order, okay, the resulting matrix will not be the same. So this is one additional task. So this is not just the multiplication of numbers, okay, where the order, okay, of multiplication does not matter. Here, the order also matters. So what is known here, unknown here, number of factors, okay, order of multiplication, and each factor itself. Okay, we'll see. Okay, in this study, okay, we were using randomly obtained unitary matrices. However, for any practical implementation, we need determinantal multiplication. That is, the entries, the matrix elements should be known. Okay, so and I'll try to mention more about this later. Okay, as you can see, what would be the analogy with the discrete logarithm? Okay, so the classical discrete logarithm, find the power, okay, k, such that a to the power of k equals b. Okay, so the matrix inversion, as you can see, what would be? So repeated applications of matrices, yes, but as you can see, not necessarily the same matrix. So one can assume not just a single matrix and the power of single matrix, but actually the multiplication of many numbers, okay, or many factors, where every factor being one, yes, unitary matrix. The problem is highly nonlinear, obviously, yes, non-commutative, and of course multi-factor problem. Okay, so we want to get some insight, okay, or to understand the geometry behind the groups, orthogonal or unitary groups. So we can regard, okay, orthogonal matrices. This S is standing for special. Okay, it means that the determinant of matrix is 1, and these orthogonal matrices actually generates rotations in 3-dimensional space. Unitary matrices, okay, as you can see, it corresponds to the 2-dimensional rotations, but in complex space. Keep in mind that every entry in this complex matrix has actually 2 degrees of freedom, okay, which means that the unitary SU2, okay, is isomorphic to SO4. So orthogonal matrices, but in four dimensions. Okay, so what we can say? We can imagine a vector. Okay, for now, okay, we assume that the entries are real numbers. So the matrices are defined over the real field. In that case, okay, the vector norm is preserved, and these rotations, okay, how to regard these rotations? Nothing but the motion of tip of the vector, okay, over the surface of sphere. So we can regard this as a walk on given manifold. Okay, so take a look. So that would be, yes, the rotation of a vector of a sphere. So we can take an arbitrary vector. What we need an axis and we need an angle. Okay, so we can rotate vector, and the top tip of that vector, okay, so is lying on the surface of sphere. Okay, so that would be the rotation of a vector on a sphere. Now, once we apply not just, okay, one unitary, but many unitary or orthogonal, okay, matrices, what do we have? We have sequence of rotations. Okay, so it's not difficult to compare, as you can see, the elliptic curve cryptography with sphere. In elliptic curve cryptography, okay, so say that this is the curve defined over the real field, but we know that the addition defined over curve is nothing, right, but the walk over the points, yes, on this curve. Okay, so clear analogy, okay, will be the walk between 2 points, okay, at the surface of sphere. However, lattice sphere, okay, defined over the finite field, okay, looks quite differently. Yes, we all know that elliptic curve defined over the finite field is nothing but, is represented as many points, okay, scattered over the plane. Here, okay, lattice sphere over finite field will lead not just, okay, to the discreteness, okay, or integer points placed at the surface of sphere, but actually but also the points that resides within the volume of sphere, which means that the size or the number of points, okay, increases significantly with given volume, and this is actually well-known Gauss circle problem. Okay, so adding points, yes, moves it along curve, and matrix idea apply a rotation that moves a vector along a sphere. But as you can see, the difference is obvious. Elliptic curve cryptography is commutative, and yes, the structure is well known. However, unitary groups, non-commutative, of course, highly dimensional. Yes. Okay, so I would like now to show you, yes, the experimental, okay, setup and implementation. Okay, what was the goal? Okay, the goal was to generate unitary matrices, okay, using standard, yes, QR decomposition. Take a look. The entries are randomized, okay, and what we wanted to measure, the average execution time. So this is the forward. This is forward. okay, procedure. That is, this is not factorization, rather this is the multiplication, but there is a clear connection between estimated, yes, time taken for multiplication and for factorization. Okay, so the average execution time has been measured and corresponds to the dimension of matrix. Okay, so it goes from 2 to 512, okay, and the factor counts, okay, every factor represents, K represents the number of matrices. So take a look, the observed relation, okay, tell us how the time scales with dimension of matrix and with the number of factors, and this is pretty consistent with the theoretical, yes, complexity of classical matrix multiplication. Here you can see the results for the dimensions being greater than 32. Why? Because you know, the problem is with the stability. Okay, so the output is not so stable for small entries. Okay, and the trend, as you can see, n to the power of 3 is not clearly visible. Okay, now you can see some average, yes, times taken for matrix multiplications, and okay, now we can see how the execution time grows, okay, for multiplying unitary matrices. As you can see, here we have the execution time versus number of factors. Why we are doing this? Because the goal was to demonstrate the linear relationship, okay, between execution time and number of factors. However, if you take a closer look here, you will see, yes, that this is logarithmic scale. And what do we expect? Okay, we expect that the slope should be close to 3. Okay, so we excluded. So first few points were excluded. Okay, so the last point here there is 512, then 256, 128, 64, 32. Okay, and the slope, as you can see, is 2.83. However, okay, the trend is clearly visible. If one excludes these 2 points, okay, we can see that the slope, okay, will approach towards 3 from below. Okay, so in that case, okay, using this approach, we have confirmed, okay, that the time required, okay, for execution linearly depends on number of factors and cubically depends on matrix dimension. Okay, why this result is significant? Well, it is known that for such complexity, okay, the reverse problem that is performed the factorization, the inverse problem is exponentially hard. That's it. Okay, it is extremely difficult, as I mentioned, to prove such a statement. We have a very limited number of points. We have tried with local minima. Okay, and you know, the problem is that this manifold has many local minima. Okay, and it is, as I mentioned, highly non-convex. So only for small entries, okay, it's feasible, okay, to try to do the factorization. And our results, yes, support the claim that the time taken for factorization, okay, not for factorization, not multiplication, but for factorization, definitely obeys, yes, exponential law. Okay, so no quantum algorithm achieves polynomial time. Optimization, as you can see, yes, such as gradient descent or local search, okay, fail, as you can see, due to, as I mentioned, okay, exponential search growth in n squared parameters and, yes, many local minima. Okay, so the transition to finite field, why do we need transition to finite field? Because of cryptographic feasibility, yes, problems with floating points, yes, is avoided, and what is extremely important is the existence of modular inverse. Okay, the existence of modular inverse, okay, but the price is no norm longer preserved perfectly, This is what I mentioned, okay? It means that now we do not have just points at the surface of sphere, but also the points scattered inside this bounded region, okay? So when we take a look at the integer lattice interpretation, yes, vectors, as you can see, no longer lie in a sphere, okay? They populate an integer lattice, bounded region, and the number, okay, this is, we can say that this is the analogy of Hesse-Weil theorem that estimates the number of discrete points on an elliptic curve, okay? Here, the number of points actually significantly increases with the volume. So the walk, as you can see, becomes a sequence of reachable lattice points, okay? And I have already mentioned, this is actually known as the Gauss circle problem, count integer or lattice points in a sphere, okay? So the fact is that there is no closed form solution, but it is possible to estimate upper and lower bounds, okay? So in general, what is the cryptographic potential? Okay, just summarize, yes? Okay, so we are doing something with non-commutative, non-abelian structure. Okay, it is extremely difficult to reverse the operation, hide dimension. No simple periodic structure, that is Shor's algorithm, simply does not work. And the factorization is extremely difficult. Okay, so what would be some, say, of course, this is not protocol, okay? So the goal is was just to find the suitable algebraic objects, matrices, okay? To see, yes, some assumptions, hardness, okay? To see geometric combinatorial structure and future direction. What can be the future direction? So we can say that you can imagine the following scenario. The given sequence is secret key. Public key is matrix U, final matrix, okay? And where is the safety assumption? Okay, so how to find the exact sequence? If we know what is the matrix, okay, final matrix, okay, tell me, what is the exact sequence? And just to mention, you can imagine the following. You have one point on sphere and one more point on sphere. You can apply, or you can reach one point to another following infinitely many paths. But only one path corresponds to the given sequence. And this is something that is really hard, to break, okay? So in conclusion, unitary matrices, yes, definitely, offer powerful non-commutative foundation. Just to mention, yes, non-commutative cryptography is not something new, yes. Okay, the idea is at least 30 years old, okay. And I would like to mention that the good platform groups should be simple groups over the finite field, okay. And this is very fresh area. Why? Because the classification of simple groups over finite field, the classification has been done maybe 15, 20 years old, okay? So, given that no efficient quantum algorithm currently, yes, exists for this problem, so the factorization would serve, yes, for the foundation, for quantum resistive, yes, cryptographic systems. However, the future work will extend this search to SUN, okay, subgroups. Why? Because this subgroup or the group SUN has one more nice property. This this group is simply connected group. So this is a highly desirable topological property. Okay, and definitely we will going to explore, yes, more in depth. Okay, the idea of unitary discrete logarithm. And eventually, hopefully, yes, this is ongoing research, okay, try to establish, okay, a new class of post-quantum cryptographic primitives. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Do you have some questions? No, well, since I know the moderator, I will take the opportunity to ask something.
Okay, listen.
First,
I'm surprised with your knowledge about algebraic structures.
Okay.
Then tell me, you speak about matrices. Are they rectangular or must be quadratic?
They must be quadratic. There must be. There must be quadratic. Yes. Okay. Quadratic. This is the only way how to obtain faithful representation. We need.
To find inverse.
Yes. Yes. In
what
general.
About Moore-Penrose inverse. And Drazen, it looks like your surname.
Okay. So.
They are a little bit bigger knowledge.
Yes.
And can overcome the problem of quadratic matrix.
Yes, it's true, but as I said, we cannot avoid usage of quadratic matrices because we need faithful representation. So we need the bijection or isomorphism between groups and matrix groups. So the only way how to accomplish such a task, yes, is to work with quadratic matrices and
which takes me to the second question. Is the isomorphism really needed? Maybe just homomorphism will end the problem.
No, iso. In this case, isomorphism is
bijection and homomorphism.
Yes. So onto 1 and onto. This is the only way because in order to estimate, okay, the potential strength, okay, of such an approach, the starting point is not to use matrices, but abstract group. Okay, so abstract groups. Okay, so we need to know, okay, what are the subgroups? Okay, we need to know the structure of these subgroups. It would be highly desirable to know what are conjugacy classes. Okay, so and this is something that we can done using an abstract structure. Now we want, okay, this abstract structure or these conclusions, we want these conclusions to be now inherited, okay? And once we switch to matrix groups, we don't want surprises.
And what about use normal subgroups or cyclic groups?
So it's cycling groups. It's abelian. It's and that would be yes. It's not good. But invariant subgroup, well, it's a problem because it can significantly reduce the search space. Why? Because we can construct factor groups, and with factor groups, okay, the dimension or the playground, okay, can be significantly reduced. Why? Because we know that the order of subgroup actually divides the order of a group, and this is something that actually we want to avoid. So no invariant subgroups because yes, potential attacker, yes, equipped with this knowledge can create a factor group, and for such a procedure, okay, there exists the extension of Shor's algorithm, and this is the problem. Yes, so I hope yes.
I also must mention more Penrose inverse. It would be very useful. There are 4 types of those inverses, and matrix must not be quadratic, so maybe the space for the playground will be a little bit wider.
Yes, but it's not a problem about the inverse. Okay, finding the inverse of matrix. So it's not an issue. The problem is about the factorization. How to find the sequence, the exact sequence that leads one point to another following one and only one path.
That's why you use geodesic lines.
Yes, so we can say that yes, it looks like geodesic, yes, motion, not necessarily. Okay, so there exist different mappings, not just geodesic line to geodesic line, but F-planar line to F-planar line. Okay, so conformal mappings, etc. Okay, so we should not stick just to geodesic mappings.
We should talk about M and M bar.
Okay.
Conformal mappings. And tensor calculus, can you use
tensor calculus? it's not forbidden. Yes. So this is just a mathematical tool. Yes, it can be. It can.
In your problem.
Yes, it can be used. Yes, it can be used.
And
so
along with crystal symbols as a coefficient.
Yes, but of course we can introduce torsion. Okay, so Christoffel symbols in that case need not be, yes, symmetric. Okay, so in that case the structure will be, yes, more and more, yes, more enriched.
I think it will be stronger.
Yes, definitely stronger if one include not just curvature, okay, Ricci tensor, okay, but also the
all 6 kinds.
Yes, definitely, and as I mentioned, the torsion. Yes, of course, for the torsion, actually, we are in that case we are working with spin groups, okay, or spin connectivity, spin connection. Okay, so it's closely related with, yes, special unitary
and
transformation.
One more question about the slope.
Yeah.
Why it should be near number 3?
Well, it is in asymptotically.
I see you connected that with the degree of the matrix.
Yeah.
Why 3?
So you are asking me why the classical complexity, okay, predicts n to the power of 3. Okay, so we are multiplying, okay, rows, okay, and columns, okay. So in that case, so what do we have? The complexity is n to the power of square. Now we need to fill a new matrix. So we have new n how many? N times n entries, okay, where every entry, okay, is coming from the multiplication of one row, okay, and one row has n entries and one column also, yes, n matrix. And keep in mind, of course, that because of unitarity, okay, the degree or the complexity will not be n to the 4, n to the power of 4, but it will be n to the power of, okay, so this constraint, imposed constraint, okay.
And if you use Galois fields?
Which one?
Galois,
yeah,
fields.
Okay. So
could that be helpful?
No. So the only thing what we need, okay, what I think is that we need to switch to some finite field, definitely finite field. Okay, so the size of field has to be some.
2 to the power.
Yes, that's it. So that would be, yes, the approach.
Thank you.
Okay. Oops.
Sorry for so many questions. I couldn't resist. Our next paper is AM Assistance in Video Games, a review of techniques for accessibility and player support. You can see that authors are Professors Miloš Kostić, Emilija Kisić, Miljan Milošević, and Nemanja Zdravković, and Petar Page from the Belgrade Metropolitan University and Institute for Information Technologies from Kragujevac. Professor Kostić will present this paper, if you please.
Thank you.
And this one.
Hello, everyone. So, goal of this paper was to review available literature on this specific AIM assistance topic, with hope that all those gathered informations will help with our further investigation and further research. I need to mention at the start one specific limitation, and that's the research and field of video games. For example, a lot of currently used AIM assistant techniques are proprietary, let's say, information that is limited to development studios, and they are not published through this kind of papers and conference publications, so we were to some degree limited on available documents. After the brief introduction and the short theoretical foundation, I will explain the techniques that are currently popular and used for this purpose. Then I will shortly discuss the application and effectiveness of these techniques, and also discuss research gaps and the potential future directions that this specific area can be led to. And at the end, I will shortly conclude. So to start, it's worth mentioning that multiplayer video games are very important in modern day era. They're basically a specific social platform where a lot of people is engaging, discussing, sharing their thoughts on a daily basis. And what is the main challenge in this case? The gap in the skill. You constantly can find players who have lesser skill, like novice players, players that are not very skilled in specific techniques, while also you can see the experts which are very skilled, and meeting these two ends of spectrum can often lead to disappointment, to boredom, frustration, and so on. And this is especially true for first-person shooting games because they are very specific and aiming process is very important in them. There's several solutions. One of them is matchmaking, where idea is to basically analyze the level of the player, his previous results, records, and so on, and try to match it with the player of similar skills in order to achieve the best possible player experience and enjoyment. This is of course not always available. Some games don't support this kind of matchmaking. Sometimes it's poorly done, and other times you just want to play with your friends, and this skill gap will still be quite noticeable. Aim assistance as such is basically using different algorithms in order to change and adjust the accuracy of targeting process. And the idea is not to replace the needed skill of aiming, positioning cursor on appropriate position on the screen, but just to narrow performance gap, basically to help players with lesser skill and push them toward those who are more capable. This is not a novel thing. It's already present in many console games, because usually players on consoles use gamepads, controllers, and it's much harder to aim using those devices compared to simple PC mouse. Also, aim assistance is already in use in many games in order to achieve dynamic balancing and to somehow support and enable fairness in video games, and to allow better inclusivity for various types of players. Regarding theoretical foundation, we can easily compare aiming in video games with your everyday use of computer. If you, for example, want to select specific letter that you mistype in Microsoft Office, for example, you need to properly position your cursor on the screen, you need to perform action of selecting and then do something else. In shooting, it's quite similar, and this is why you need specific fine skills in both cases. Fitts law, it's often used in user interface design, and overall it very accurately explains this specific motion and this specific interaction with computer system. Based on his estimation, time to move to specific targets directly depends on size of the target and distance of your cursor to that specific target. For example, if button is large and it's not very far from your current position, you can easily click on it. But if it's small, somewhere in the corner or on some strange position, it will take more time for you to achieve that. Same thing can be said for aiming big, easily accessible targets and small and more complex ones. Aiming phase, again, similar to interaction with desktop operating system, consists out of multiple phases. First one is ballistic motion, where you try just to narrow gap between your current position of cursor or aiming dot and the desired target. Then there's a corrective phase where you try to properly fine-tune your position in order to achieve the best possible result. And once you're satisfied, or once you decide to do the next step, you're clicking, which is acquisition, and actually shooting from your weapon. This phase is normal and very easy for most of the players, but some players, due to age, due to skill, motoric issues, neurological issues, and so on, can create large problems. And this is why aiming assists is trying to manipulate either the distance from the current position of cursor and the target, or width of target itself, in order to improve the index of difficulty and basically help player to achieve a proper hit. Regarding techniques, we analyzed various papers and researches in order to gather all possible variations, and what is clear is that they can be divided into two large groups. One is spatial assistance, where you either manipulate distance from the target or target itself, and the second one is temporal, where you basically manipulate or try to manipulate timing when the player is interacting with the target. The first one and the first group regarding the width manipulation consists out of few dominant techniques. First one is area cursor. Idea is to, at the moment of shooting, replace your small aim point, which is often even just 1 pixel or few pixels in narrow area, with a larger aiming point, in order to potentially overlap the target and somehow achieve the better hit. Of course, this doesn't have to be visually presented to the player, but here it's just for a concept so you can easily understand it. It's very effective because these aiming techniques should be subtle. Player shouldn't be aware that you're helping him in the background. But there's a big problem when there are multiple targets overlapping to decide which one you actually want to hit, if you have problem with situation where you already increased the size of the cursor in this case. Bullet magnetism, as the word suggests, considers of manipulation of trajectory, bullet trajectory within the game. Idea is to curve the hit toward the target like it's magnetically attracted, and this, even though it doesn't manipulate the target itself, it's actually extending the target, because even if you aim a bit on the side, when you introduce the curvature, you will still achieve the hit. So we are still manipulating the width. Again, it's very, very highly effective. It's not very noticeable for players, which is also very important. What is the problem? If two targets are close, they both try to attract the bullet, and there are chances that bullet may hit the wrong target, which will cause the frustration for the player. Sticky targets have a bit of different approach. Idea is to help player in that phase of fine-tuning of the aiming process. Basically, this algorithm slows down the cursor movement when the cursor is over the target, which helps you to position it right in the sweet spot. During this slowdown, you need to move your mouse more in order to achieve same distance on the screen. And as I've said, the corrective phase is where this is the most effective. What is the problem for this? It can cause overshooting. For example, when you are over the target, you are moving slow, so you need to move your mouse more. If you go outside of the target, it will increase the speed that will launch your cursor away on the screen. Also, if there are two close targets, once you get basically launched out of first one, you may skip the second one, which again cause the frustration. So this kind of technique needs to be finely adjusted in order to avoid this. When we consider amplitude, basically distance target from the cursor and some combined hybrid manipulations, we need to mention target gravity. Even though it may sound similar to bullet magnetism, actually in bullet magnetism cursor is stationary while you are influencing the bullet object. Here idea is to slightly nudge the cursor itself toward the target while cursor is moving. By doing this, you're helping player to achieve better aim, to even hit sometimes when potential miss may have occurred, and it's also very subtle, which place it high on the potential aim assistant techniques. What is the problem? Again, if you don't adjust it properly, player may notice this kind of pull of the cursor. It will be a bad impact on the player experience, player enjoyment, because they will feel like they're out of control. Target lock is something that is also available already for more than decades in various game genres. Idea is to basically reduce the amplitude or distance between cursor and target to 0. With one button press, it instantly goes from any position down to perfect sweet spot on the target. This is very noticeable. In FPS games, it may be considered as cheating. It highly influences the experience of the player, so it's not perfect for this kind of shooting genre, but in different genres like Souls games, adventure games, JRPG, and so on, may be very useful and interesting. As I've said, these were all spatial techniques we analyzed. Now we have temporal, because even if we help player with aiming to position the cursor and everything else, what happens if he clicks the mouse button too early or too late? There are techniques like Comet Trail and Predictive Aim. Comet Trail helps by extending the actual area that can register the hitbox behind the moving target. So even if you are a bit late, you can still achieve the hit. System will help you achieve that. What is the problem with this? It doesn't work if you are too eager on the trigger. If you're too fast, it will just miss in front of the target. Alternative that may potentially solve this challenge is predictive aim, where idea is to allow system to potentially calculate and estimate where target will be in a few frames, and to help you position the cursor in that place in order to help you achieve a proper hit. So I've mentioned many different approaches, but the question is this actually useful in the practice? Will this help the players? Many different researchers have proven that these techniques can be quite useful. For example, bullet magnetism and area cursor are proven to be very effective and very subtle, which is very important for the players. They also significantly reduce difference in skill levels and basically on the score. So if the novice player with assistance is, let's say, confronted with the player with higher skill, their score difference won't be very high, and this will help in player enjoyment and overall player satisfaction. Players often don't even notice some of these assistant techniques, which is also a good thing, because they don't feel like they're cheating, they're doing something bad, they are focused on the game, and this just contributes to the significance of properly adjusted aiming assisting techniques. One important question arises if, for example, we are hand-holding someone through the process. Will that influence his learning curve? Will that disturb his learning process? And the research performed by Godwin and his colleagues showed that actually it won't. He performed a 7-day test with 2 groups, and one group was consistently aided during this gameplay processes, while other group was left to learn and interact with the game on their own. At the end, they were comparing results from both groups on the test without any assistance, and any difference was negligible, which just supports the idea that fun and player experience is much more valuable than potential risks of bad skill acquisition. What is also very important for me is that next to just game balancing and supporting gameplay interaction is a situation where players with different disabilities like motor, sensory, or cognitive disabilities are often excluded, especially from playing first-person shooter games, because, as I've said, a lot of specific skills are needed to achieve a proper aim and to take a hit. Aim assistance can directly help with these challenges. For example, for motor control, sticky targets can reduce the tremor if they have problem with controlling the mouse. Then area cursor and bullet magnetism can help with difficulty. That is also often a challenge. And overall, aim assistant techniques can help with physical and mental strain when they are constantly pressured that they need to achieve proper hits and proper interaction within a game. So if we assist them with that, they may feel more relaxed and gameplay may be more enjoyable for them. What we noticed as a problem in all these papers and researches, for example, obviousness of presence of these specific techniques. If players know that you are helping them, they may feel like they're worthless, they may feel like cheaters and so on. So you don't want that. You want to be a subtle helper, and that's not always easy to achieve. Distractor targets or secondary targets that may lead the bullet in wrong direction or be hit instead of the right targets are also something that is not properly solved in the long run. We need also to mention that researchers are often focusing just on the aiming process, but playing first-person shooting games considers other techniques like moving within the level, planning, creating strategies, understanding the level in the first place, and some time and research needs to be dedicated to these kind of skills as well. Also, in many of these researches, they didn't consider much of the personalization. Usually they consider that one skill, if it works for this player, should work for the other player as well. What we consider as potential option and future research directions is machine learning application, where actually you can train the model to recognize the pattern of the player, their skill level, what are their stronger sides, what are their weaknesses, and help them with those problems that they currently have by adapting the aiming assisting process. Also, it will be interesting to develop some techniques that help player with other mentioned mechanics like moving through the level, planning action, and so on. It's important to include people with disabilities early on in the development process because even in the research you can achieve much better results if you consider their angle as well. And what is also very important for accessibility is that it shouldn't be something that you just add at the end to have it, but you need to plan your game throughout the whole process with accessibility in mind in order to achieve the best results. So at the end, we determined that aim assistance is a very valuable and effective tool. It's present in many different games, and if you consider proper adjustment and subtle use of these techniques, experience of the player can be highly improved. They can have enjoyable experiences, and those gaps between novices and expert players can be narrowed down. Accessibility is something that is a very important topic overall, and we consider that if aim assistance is further developed, it may have a positive impact on overall gaming community. That will be all. Thank you.
Do we have some questions?
Thank you for your presentation. information. I just have a quick question. In your opinion, when you design a game, do you believe that aim assistance should be something that should be advertised to players, that this game applies aim assistance for it, like this, or should the players not know if the game has? I understand if some people with disabilities need to know that, okay, this is something that I can play, but for people which don't have these disabilities, do you believe that they should know? Because you mentioned some people consider it cheating and so forth. Just your opinion, do you believe that they should know?
My personal opinion is that games should include these. They shouldn't let the player know that something like that is happening in the background, but they should leave an option for those who actually notice that it's going on to turn it off, because you can never estimate enough the very high-level gamers, experts in this kind of games, that they won't notice. They will easily notice even the few pixels of motion. So if you don't want to cause rage on them, you need to allow an option to turn it off. But I would start the game with that on, and if average player doesn't notice it, it means it works nice. It won't even look for it in the settings, and it will be a win-win situation. Thank you.
Some other questions? No. Thank you, Professor Kostić.
Thank you.
We have another one paper in this section. Analysis of NIH device vulnerabilities and using Nmap. The presenter will be our young student. Please give him applause.
Hello, my name is Dusan. And today I will present our paper with the name of Analysis of NAS Device Vulnerabilities and Using Nmap. Today we'll talk about what is a NAS device, how can we use Nmap to discover vulnerabilities, which vulnerabilities were found, and we'll talk about them and other vectors like CVSS or APSS scores. For introduction, I would say that this paper discusses the security of a NAS device and their potential to greatly harm the entire network ecosystem and the role of Nmap as a diagnostic and discovery tool in the said process. This research is based on a real-world analysis of an active network environment where vulnerabilities were identified through direct testing and enumeration. In addition to the found NAS-related vulnerabilities, other vulnerabilities also found will be presented. So, what is a NAS device? Network attached storage or NAS device provides a centralized storage unit that can be accessed by multiple users at the same time. In the context of Internet of Things or IoT, we can see that they are used as a centralized storage or data processing for information that IoT devices produce, or even as a backup and redundancy for the said devices. It's also commonly used as a file sharing solution where multiple users can retrieve data regardless of their device architecture. So many operating systems can access the same NAS. And moving on, those named critical functions of the NAS devices raise the question, how safe are they? And unfortunately, there is a lot of cases where NAS devices are placed in a network with default or old system configurations with vulnerable services. And also they can be placed in a network where there is no proper segmentation, so NAS device is visible within all of the clients, or there is even no encryption for the NAS devices. With these factors said, they're really attractive targets for malicious actors or hackers seeking unauthorized access, data stealing, ransomware deployment, or even a pivotal movement to other devices in the network. So, how can we discover some of those vulnerabilities? We can use a tool as a network mapper on NVARP, on Nmap, which is used for assessing the security of network hardware. Nmap is an open source tool used for security auditing, network discovery, and vulnerability detection. It plays a critical role in modern Wi-Fi networks, as it's both used by network administrators and potential hackers. One of the most powerful features of Nmap is NSA. It's Nmap scripting engine that's used for targeting known vulnerabilities and even in some cases exploiting them. So moving on to the practical part of our research, the main objective was to identify potential weaknesses in a tested Wi-Fi environment. It's important to mention that this was a real research and the network environment was active. Key steps we have took were device identification, default gateway or router analysis, vulnerability testing, and evaluation of the found security issues. As we can see on this diagram, this was the network infrastructure we were working with. We have multiple client devices which are connected to the router, and we have a NAS device which is also connected. They are all mutually visible, so that means there is no network segmentation. The first step was discovering active devices. Discovering active devices is considered as the earliest phase of network reconnaissance, and it allows us to map out the network and find which devices are active. We have used a ping sweep with the following command, as shown, which allows light reconnaissance. Ping sweep tells Nmap not to do a port scan after host discovery and only print out the available hosts that responded to the initial discovery probes. This is a light reconnaissance and it runs very quickly. When we executed the set command, we have gotten the next results, where we can see that there is a router with the following IP address and multiple personal devices connected to it. As we said, ping sweep in the first initial step relies on ICMP or ARP responses. And in many cases, it might not detect devices that are configured to ignore those requests. As later on we have identified a NAS device, we can conclude that in the first step, either a NAS device was not identified by a manufacturer or it didn't even respond to the initial ping sweep. The second step was TCP port scanning and service identification. So, scanning TCP ports reveals which services are active and reachable, and it's used to map out the attack surface of the network. For this part, we have used the TCP SYN or half-open scan with the following command, where SS is a representation of TCP SYN scan, SV serves as a service version detection, O is operating system fingerprinting, and PN tells Nmap to proceed the scan even if the host blocks ICMP requests. With the following command executed, we have seen the following results. Here we can see that there is open UPnP services on 2 ports, and it's important to mention that UPnP services are not entirely safe, as there has been an instance of cyber attack in 2013 where the US federal government urged all businesses to disable their UPnP ports, and tens of millions of devices were impacted by this cyber attack. We can also see that there are open HTTP 80 TCP, which I suggest that upgrades to HTTPS. And we can also see in the last line of the result that there is no network segmentation because it says network distance 1 hop, which means that we are directly communicating with the router. So, moving on to the main part, first step for checking known vulnerabilities was executing scripts from NSA, as already mentioned, for running custom scripts from Woolen category. NSA includes a lot of custom scripts written in Lua programming language that can be used to identify vulnerabilities and potentially exploit them. Every script references a CVE identifier to match detected software. CVE in this context represents an international standard for vulnerability databases. every vulnerability identified has its own CVE identifier. We have used the following script to do this process. And we have seen the next results. We can see here there are instances of LFI or local file inclusion affecting PHP MyAdmin. This vulnerability includes allowing local files via redirect parameter in HTTP request, potential sensitive files exposure, and remote code execution. Nmap tried to simulate the attack by crafting a request that includes the set parameter with a malicious value. Although, when Nmap tried to move up 5 directories from the current location and access the system file, as shown ATC password, the server responded with the HTML meta tag, which tells the browser to redirect the user to login that HTML. So, this vulnerability is in fact protected by login.html, but the fact that the script is found on the server is by itself a vulnerability. And the main part of our research, we have done a direct vulnerability detection on router, which exposed NAS device vulnerability. And as we said, the initial ping sweep did not show any NAS device directly, because certain NAS devices don't respond to ICMP requests. But during the vulnerability scanning on the router, there was a major NAS-related vulnerability found, which compromises the entire integrity of the network. We have used the following command, which is used for targeting common ports with both vuln and exploit scripts, which tells us that there is, we are simulating an aggressive check to see if there is any exploit conditions on the router. So we have gotten the next result. This is the major vulnerability found. As we can see, it's a Seagate Black Armor administrator password reset, which with the following CVE, and it allows attackers to reset administrator password without authentication via a static PHP endpoint, which is given by the Nmap. This vulnerability enables full compromise of the NAS, including unauthorized access, data stealing, access to configuration files, and potential pivotal movement to the other devices in the same network environment. This vulnerability also includes a loss of data confidentiality and integrity. And this vulnerability also has a very simple exploit. As we can see, all we need to do is send a HTTP GET request with the following link, which is just an IP address of the NAS device and the static PHP endpoint. And there is a web interface for the NAS device, which either resets the script, resets the password automatically, or lets a person reset it by hand. As we can see, CVSS base score of 10.0, which represents the most severe case where the attackers gain full access with minimal efforts. CVSS is used as a measure point for how severe the vulnerabilities are. It's also an international standard. So, other found vulnerabilities worthy of mentioning were the CVE 2018-10822 and CVE 2018-10824. These vulnerabilities allow attackers to read arbitrary files and extract plain text credentials from exposed endpoints. The first vulnerability tells us that the administrator password for the router is stored in a plain text in TMP CSMan0. This vulnerability can be exposed using an LFI. As already mentioned, there was an instance of LFI in our research, so it's even a greater chance for exploit. And the second vulnerability allows remote attackers to read files on the router by sending a crafted HTTP request to the UIR endpoint. So, with these two vulnerabilities combined, we can use the first vulnerability, which tells us that the administrator password is stored in a plain text, and the second that allows remote attackers to read files, and combined they can potentially enable full compromise of the network, and by doing that, this network is no longer safe. With these tables, I wanted to represent the CVSS scores, which tell the severity of vulnerability, and APSS scores, which are used to tell how common is a vulnerability and what are the chances of it being exploited in the next 30 days globally. As we can see for the Seagate Black Armor vulnerability, the main vulnerability of our research, the CVSS score was 10.0, which is the most critical severity, but the APSS score is very low with 1% chance, which tells us that it's rarely found, but it's still very critical. The second vulnerability about the administrator password in plain text is 7.8 CVSS score, which is also very high severity. And it's the most common vulnerability out of all of the found with the 86% APSS score. The third vulnerability about reading arbitrary files while not in the network, he has a CVSS score of 9.8, also very critical vulnerability, and high to moderate APSS score with 44%. The PHP MyAdmin vulnerability, or LFI, he has a CVSS score of 5.0. It's medium severity, but it shouldn't be ignored. And also it has a APSS score moderate of 8.8%. For the NAS device vulnerability, we suggest upgrading Seagate software, which includes a fix in every later version, and it should fix all of the problems. For the second vulnerability, or the administrator password plain text, we suggest firmware update or blocking the access to UIR and similar endpoints using routers ACL or external firewalls. For the related vulnerability, we suggest also firmware update or to just ensure that the router clears temporary directories on system reboot. For the PHP MyAdmin, as it's already protected by login page, we suggest that there is immediate change of router login credentials because in a lot of cases those credentials are admin. And as already mentioned in the first part, we also suggest disabling all UPnP ports unless there is a specific need for them. So in conclusion, we have talked about NAS exposure, how it affects the network integrity and security. We have talked what is Nmap and how can we use it as a tool for network auditing and security. How misconfiguration and ignorance of network maintenance can cause all of those problems because all of the vulnerabilities found were just a product of no system updates. We have talked about NAS vulnerability as the main part of our research and how NAS devices may not respond to initial ping sweeps, and combined vulnerabilities and how it can affect on compromisation of the entire network. For the last part, I would say that regular testing with proactive hardening and informed user practices is the only way to have a safe network environment. Thank you very much.
Do we have any questions for this lecture? For you personally, how complex the user interface was? Basically, that first interaction, was it all console-based and you had a hard learning curve, or even some meteor experienced users can rely on this kind of technique to uncover their vulnerabilities?
So this was not the first time I have came in contact with this, and it was not easy, but the learning curve was still exponentially growing while I did the research, and I have done the research on the same network again, and they have fixed most of the vulnerabilities. In fact, thank you very much.
Thank you. This is the end of this session. Now we will have 10 minutes break.
Ček da isključim ovo. Ne bre da isključim ovo, evo ga Zoom je. To je to. Da, kad mi kaže. We will now start the third session. Are you ready for the presentation? Can you start? Can you start the presentation?
Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. I am starting, right? Okay.
Yes, yes, we hear you.
Okay, okay, thank
You
you.
may proceed.
Hello, I am Elif Çelik from Doğuş University. This is a joint work with Professor Mithat Uysal and Professor Aynur Uysal. Today I will be talking about enhancing, sorry, I cannot. And today I will be talking about enhancing e-commerce security using a meta-heuristic optimization approach, specifically the migrating bird optimization algorithm. This study explores how nature-inspired optimization can dynamically strengthen cybersecurity measures and mitigate modern cyber attack targeting online platforms. E-commerce platforms have become essential infrastructures, but this also makes them prime targets for cyber criminals. Traditional security solutions such as firewalls and antivirus programs are static. They work well in stable conditions, but often fail against evolving adaptive attack vectors. These motivated us to investigate adaptive optimization-based security mechanisms. Meta-heuristic algorithms are a powerful tool for solving complex optimization problems. They do not rely on detailed mathematical models and can efficiently search large and nonlinear solution spaces. Algorithms such as particle swarm optimization, genetic algorithms, and simulated annealing achieve a balance between global exploration and local refinement. So this adaptability makes them ideal for cybersecurity environments where threat patterns constantly change. We use migrating bird optimization algorithm because it developed by Professor Uysal and his friend Ekrem Kaplan. This algorithm is inspired by the V-shaped flight formation of migratory birds. In this model, each bird represents a potential solution. The leader explores new areas of the search space, while the follower exploits the leader's trajectory and local information from their neighbors. A key feature of this optimization is its leader rotation mechanism. This prevents stagnation by periodically replacing the leader with another strong candidate. This ensures continuous exploration and avoids local optima. Here you see ambiguous mathematical representation. Mathematically, the position of each follower is updated using the leader's position, the neighbor, the nearest neighbor, and a stochastic term that introduces number randomness. Here it's epsilon. The leader bird is replaced based on solution quality, ensuring that optimization remains dynamic. This structured interaction between exploration and exploitation allows MBO to converge to highest quality solution even in complex search spaces. In cybersecurity, threats evolve quickly, meaning static rules are no longer sufficient. MBO's adaptive nature makes it suitable for dynamically reconfiguring security parameters. It can adjust intrusion detection sensitivity, update firewall rules, and modify traffic thresholds in real time. Here, the algorithm essentially mirrors how birds adapt their formation during flight by continuously learning and reorganizing. In this study, we considered the 3 types of cyber attacks: distributed denial of service, phishing attacks, and SQL injection attacks. Our goal is to use MBO to strengthen e-commerce platforms against these attack types. Instead of relying on fixed configurations, we allow the algorithm to continuously adjust parameters like encryption level, firewall rules, and IDS sensitivity. This creates a dynamic security layer capable of responding to changing cyber attack conditions. We model the problem as a risk minimization problem. The objective function computes a risk score Z. This aggregates weighted threat levels and vulnerability values. Each configuration of security settings produces a different Z score. The goal of migrating bird optimization is to find the configuration that minimizes this overall risk. The decision variables represents the tunable parameters in the security system: encryption level, firewall filtering rules, and IDS sensitivity. MBO optimization process includes 3 phases: leader exploration, follower exploitation, and leader rotation. The algorithm operates iteratively. The leader explores new configurations, followers refine them, and leader rotation ensures diversity in the search space. Over multiple iterations, high-risk parameter combinations are discarded and lower-risk configurations become dominant. This leads to a system that automatically adapts to threats. The main experiment involved applying MBO to optimize IDS thresholds, firewall configurations, and encryption levels. Each candidate configuration was assigned a risk score Z based on weighted threat vectors and vulnerability assessment. After running the process several times, MBO always ended up with configurations with much lower Z values compared to the starting points. This figure presents how the Z-risk score changes during the optimization process. Each point represents the risk score calculated at a given generation. Here we use simulated data. At the beginning, the risk score is slightly above 76. The algorithm explores the search space and does not immediately find a better configuration. So the score stays flat. Around generation 10, we see the major first drop. This means MBO discovered a configuration where the vulnerability values are significantly reduced. The algorithm continues exploring locally until another strong improvement is found around generation 23. At that point, the score drops to 75.0 immediate, approximately. After that, the curve becomes flat, indicating convergence. Here, the algorithm has reached a stable low-risk region, and additional iterations no longer produce gains. I'm sorry. MBO offers several strengths that make it suitable for cybersecurity. It achieves a good balance between global exploration and local refinement. The leader rotation mechanism helps avoid local minima and ensures adaptability. Oops. Like any optimization method, MBO has limitations. First, its performance depends on parameter tuning, and real-time implementation may require careful resource management. And also, integration with existing systems can be challenging in some environments. In conclusion, this study shows that MBO can effectively reduce the overall risk level in e-commerce system by optimizing key security parameters. Its adaptive structures allow it to adjust to evolving threats and supports more resilient security strategies. You can use another meta-heuristic algorithms and compare it with MBO also. And also you can use hybrid algorithms as an optimization for an optimization process as a future study. Here are the main references that support the methodology in this study. So thank you for your listening.
Also, thank you for the presentation. Do we have any questions? No? Okay, I will ask you, have you considered involving fuzzy logic in your algorithm?
Fuzzy logic, I don't know. We don't consider it because we are new to cybersecurity. So we don't consider it yet.
Okay.
But thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We actually consider hybrid algorithm using PCO and MBO, but we don't consider it.
Okay, thank you. Since we do not have any more questions, we would like to thank you for this presentation and for the paper you sent.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye. Now we have 3 more papers to be presented, and we hope that presenters will make this Black Friday a little bit brighter. First of all will be Katarina Jovanovic. If you please.
Hello everybody, my name is Katarina Jovanovic and I came from Metropolitan University in Belgrade, and today I will present a practical implementation of a secure AI chatbot in a cloud environment. Modern companies increasingly rely on chatbots and AI generally to improve communication, automated processes, to reduce operational costs, and to be more available. That's why cloud environments especially are best for such implementations due to their security, scalability, efficiency, and availability. The main purpose of this project is to develop a secure, scalable, intelligent chatbot hosted on on AWS platform that enhance customer support by providing 24/7 access to information and to reduces operational work. Cloud computing refers to the delivery of IT resources over the internet based on a pay-as-you-go model. Basically, companies, instead of I'm so sorry. Investing in their own servers, network systems, and such things, they use cloud providers to supply them with such resources. Cloud technologies are applied in various domains, such as AI, software development, Internet of Things, and others. There are three primary models of services in cloud. They are infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. Infrastructure as a service enables, provides infrastructural resources such as service, networks, and storage. Platform as a service enables the development and employment of applications without any underlying infrastructure. Software as a service offers our companies made software applications without any installation on our computers. In this case, Amazon Web Services were selected due to their scalability, high standard security, efficiency, and availability. And that's also the main pros of using cloud computing, basically. These are the services that I have been used. They are EC2, S3, Lex, Bedrock, IAM, and Amazon Web Application Firewall. Besides that, Communicate is integrated to I'm so sorry. For integration of chatbot into a website HTML via plugin, which enables us a communication with our chatbot on website. I will talk about these services more from the next slide. EC2, or Elastic Compute Cloud, is a virtual machine where our chatbot was hosted on our website, basically, where Apache Web Server is installed, where HTTPS was enabled, and one of the most pros, actually, are that it's scalable and reliable infrastructure. Simple Storage Service is a cloud service storage where we actually stored all of our documentations for using on this project. Basically, we store all website assets, we stored knowledge bases, we store all documents which we had used for this paper, and it's highly durable and secure. Amazon Lex enables the chatbot to understand our natural language, to recognize intents, keywords, and user questions, and it's basically the core of our chatbot, while Bedrock provides us an intelligence for our models and enables personal answers and also supports multi-languageable communication. Identity and access management ensures secure communication between AWS services and strictly defines who can access our different cloud resources. Web application firewall protects us from all the attacks that possibly go. So basically DDoS, SQL injections, cross-site scripting. Web application firewall is also used to configure blocks against malicious bots to filter suspicious traffic. And I have also configured custom rules, for example, geo-control, where I have enabled only people from Serbian domain to access our website. In this paper, I also did a research about copyright and intellectual property protection in AWS, and basically with using terms of use of AWS, everything that we did, for example, code, content, workflow of our AI, websites, and all those things are our own, while their services still remain them's. And also I have protected, as already said, my website from cyber attacks using web application firewall, HTTPS encryption, and access control. Attacks from whom I have saved basically my website were phishing, malware, DDoS, SQL injection, and cross-site scripting. A proposed solution is to implement AI chatbot using iOS services, and that we can do by migrating our website to EC2 machine, to use S3 for data storage, to integrate Lex, which is core of our chatbot, and then to add Bedrock for intelligence, and last step, to protect our website system with Amazon Web Firewall. Implementation steps. First of all, to operate all those, you don't need any virtual machines or something like that. You can do it from your browser. So basically, any operating system can do such things. Only locally installed application is PATI, which help us with uploading and getting our website ready for the implementation in EC2 machine. So steps of implementation are creating a bucket and uploading or updating documents in our AWS to build a knowledge base from whom will our chatbot take our information, to develop a core of our chatbot in Lex, to connect Lex with Bedrock, to integrate it through Communicate, to host our website or our EC2 instance, to configure AWS web application firewall, and then basically Communicate generates our code that has to be inserted into our HTML files, and then our chatbot becomes visible for users. Chatbot significantly improved response speed, reduced manual support tasks, and enhanced overall user experience. And on the next slide, I will show you how that, you can see how it looks on the website. Basically, here is a chatbot that speaks on Serbian, but due to its multi-language support, if you typed in them in, for example, English, French, or any other languages, he will respond in that language. And to sum up, the integration of AWS provides us with whole ecosystem, which is effective and secure solution for deploying an intelligent chatbot to improve our customer service and operational efficiency. Thank you.
Do we have some questions? Yes.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. I just have a question about your approach. You used all Amazon's tools, including the AI tools for translation and so forth. If, for instance, if you want to develop a similar chatbot for a client who explicitly doesn't want to use Amazon Web Service, but Azure or maybe some Cloudflare or something like that, what would be your first approach to use this or similar kind of model if you don't have all the resources that Amazon gives you?
Well, basically, I think that I would approach this for, first of all, I would do research. For example, what are the things that I can use in Azure or Google Cloud? And I think that I would combine it with knowledge of this and to do it. If I need to make my own AI, I would make my own AI and I will upload it in Azure or Google Cloud.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Something else? No? Then we will thank Katarina for this presentation.
Thank you.
Our next lecturer will be Ksenia Zrnić from the faculty of Metropolitan University. Ksenia, please. We wish you luck.
Thank you. Can I? Is it okay? Let's try.
Please start.
Okay. Well. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Okay, sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ksenia Zrnić, and I come from Metropolitan University in Belgrade. Today, I will be presenting my research titled "Enhancing the Security of Cloud Computing in the Infrastructure of Email System through the Implementation of MailCow and pfSense platforms." The focus of this work is to show how open source technologies can significantly improve the security, reliability, and efficiency of email communications within a cloud-based platform environment. Email presents one of the most widely used communication channels in organizations of all sizes, but it is also a frequent target of attacks. It is exposed to threats such as phishing, spam, malware, account compromise, and unauthorized access. At the same time, many organizations, especially small businesses, educational, and public institutions want full control over their data without relying on a commercial cloud source solutions. So this leads us to an important question. Can we actually build a secure, stable, and fully functional email infrastructure based only on a modern open source technologies? So this research demonstrates that the answer is yes. The primary goal of this research is to implement a secure cloud-based email environment using open source technologies, specifically MailCow server as the email server and pfSense as the firewall layer. They are deployed within a VMware workstation to virtual environment to perform a real-world cloud scenario and to test their efficiency in terms of security, stability, and performance. Cloud computing represents one of the Cloud computing represents the model of delivering IT resources over the internet, including infrastructure, databases, storage, and software. Organizations choose cloud computing solutions because of the agility, flexibility, scalability, reduced operational costs, and simplified resource management. There are four main cloud deployments model: public, private, hybrid, and multi-cloud. Public cloud is a cloud model where infrastructure is owned by the provider and shared among multiple users, offering the most cost-effective and scalable solution delivered all fully over the internet. Private cloud is a cloud solution dedicated to a single organization hosted either on premises or in a provider's data center, providing the highest level of security, stability, and isolation. The next one is a hybrid cloud, which is a model that combines public and private clouds, allowing sensitive data and application to stay in the private cloud, while less critical tasks run on the public cloud for efficiency, for greater efficiency. And the last one is multi-cloud, which is a model that uses services from more than one cloud provider at the same time, helping organizations to avoid dependence on a single vendor while allowing them to choose the best cost-effective solution for each provider. Regarding service models, we distinguish software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service. However, cloud computing also introduces challenges such as ensuring data security and compliance, cost management, lack of skilled personnel, and multi-cloud complexities. These challenges make a secure cloud design essential, which is exactly where Mailcow and pfSense platforms come to expression. The next topic is pfSense Firewall. pfSense is a free open source firewall and router, a platform based off FreeBSD operating system. It is widely used due to its flexibility, performance, and security features. Key capabilities include stateful packet inspection, network address translation, VPN server, IDS/IPS, detail logging, and real-time traffic monitoring, and also network segmentation and virtual local areas network. In cloud environment, pfSense commonly acts as a secure gateway, filtering and monitoring all incoming and outgoing traffic. The next topic is Mailcow server. Mailcow is a modern, fully open source email platform based on Docker containers. Because it runs on Dockers, each service is isolated, secure, lightweight, and easy to scale. It includes all essential services like Postfix, Anti-Spam, MariaDB, Redis, and Nginx. Mailcow also provides free email authentication protocols, TLS/SSL encryption, spam and malware protection, two-factor authentication for accounts, share calendars and contacts, also centralized administration through a web interface. In the practical part of this research, the entire system was implemented using nested virtualization because the physical machine had limited hardware resources. On the physical Windows 11 machine, VMware Workstation, a Type 2 hypervisor, was installed. This made it possible to create and manage a multiple virtual machine on a single computer and to build a complete testing environment without additional hardware. Within a VMware Workstation, a virtual structure with three main virtual machines was created. The first main virtual machine was used to install the VMware ESXi Type 1 hypervisor. On ESXi Type 1 hypervisor, two demonstrational virtual machines was deployed, one running Windows 10 and another running Ubuntu 11 operating systems. These machines are used to test the email communication through the Mailcow server. The second main virtual machine was dedicated to the Mailcow server. It was running Ubuntu 18 and the Docker-based MailCow environment was deployed on it. This machine served as a central email service. And the third one, virtual machine, was used to install pfSense, which is served as the main firewall and network security layer for the entire system. All devices, including ESXi, the MailCow server, and client machines, was connected through pfSense. This created a centralized security testing and communication environment. So, in this final part of the presentation, we are now looking at the key results of the implemented solution. The first one is resource efficiency. By using Docker containers and virtual machines, hardware resources were utilized much more efficiency, and each service dedicated only to use the resources it needed. The second one is highly scalability. New containers and virtual machine can be added or removed at any moment, allowing the infrastructure to easily adapt to increased email demand or a growing number of users without investing in additional hardware. The third one is reduction of operational costs. Since the system relies on virtualized and containerized infrastructure, maintenance is simpler, faster, and cheaper. The fourth one is increased reliability and security. Containers and virtual machines isolates each component, meaning that failures in one part do not affect the rest of the system. And the last one is improved scalability and agility. The infrastructure can be expanded or reconfigured without any physical changes, and pfSense enables instant updates to firewall rules and network policies whenever it needed. To conclude this presentation, I would like to highlight the key findings and significance of this work. This research demonstrates that the combined use of MailCow and pfSense technologies provides a modern, scalable, and highly secured email and network infrastructure, which offers full control over data, strong performance, and reduced costs. Looking ahead, this system can be further increased through automated monitoring and management, integration with large-scale cloud infrastructure, and applying real-time anomaly detection systems, offering even greater flexibility and reliability in the future. Thank you for presentation. Thank you for your attention. Sorry.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It's very nice to see that students use something that we actually teach them and use it for a paper. My question is, what component was most challenging to implement? Is it a firewall, was it a server, or just having these multiple layers of virtualization?
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. Thank you for the question, Professor. The most challenging part of this work was configuring a MailCow server because of the Docker, because it was my first time using these technologies, and I need to try multiple times to configure how can I manage everything right. Thank you very much. Oops. Aha. Evo ga.
Hvala. And now, last but not the least, Maja Mladenović from the Faculty of Economics in Kosovska Mitrovica, Priština.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I want to say that it is my great pleasure to be part of this conference. I'm here first time, and I want to congratulate on organizing this conference and with very interesting and quality papers. I'm here thanks to the invitation of your professor, Dusan Simjanovic, who is a co-author of this paper, together with Žarko Dimitrijević. The title of our research and our paper is Circular Economy and Sustainability and Information System, Criteria and Fuzzy AHP Analysis. In the contemporary business environment marked by rapid technological development and many other challenges, the concept of sustainable development and circular economy are key factors for the stability and competitiveness of organization. Information system with different tools can help companies to achieve synergy among environmental, economic, and social goals, and plays an important role in enabling the principles of the circular economy. The aim of this paper is to examine how information system can support the implementation of circular economy principles within business organizations through the analysis of their role in resource optimization, process transparency, and sustainability monitoring and reporting. Additionally, the paper proposed the development of a framework for evaluating information system based on clearly defined criteria, including environmental performance, digital maturity, cost effectiveness, and regulatory compliance. The starting factors influencing the development of circular economy were obtained from the literature overview, followed by an expert discussion, the debate and consultation among the 4 expert decision makers from the area of economics, sustainable tourism and ecology based on their life and working experience has led to the selection of these 6 criteria: environmental sustainability, digital support for circular practices, resource efficiency, transparency and reporting, adaptability and scalability, and economic feasibility, which you can see in this figure. The analytic hierarchy process was used as the main method of analysis. A central advantage of AHP lies in its capacity to evaluate competing criteria, sub-criteria, and alternatives through the structure and hierarchical approach. Parallel to this, fuzzy set theory has served as a foundation tool for handling uncertainty and vaguenesses in decision making. Within this framework, elements can belong to a set with varying levels of certainty expressed as values between 0 and 1 via membership functions. A single fuzzy set may encompass multiple distinct membership functions, enabling decision makers to model incomplete or imprecise information in a more nuanced and flexible manner. First step is triangular fuzzy numbers and fuzzy AHP algorithm. Here is graphical representation of triangular fuzzy numbers. In this slide, the comparison matrix is given, explaining the criteria rank and importance. The criteria with the highest weight is environmental sustainability, S, followed by digital support, D, and resource efficiency, R, and the least important criteria are adaptability and scalability, A, and economic feasibility, E. This figure shows the weights of all criteria in the case of AHP and 5 cases of FAHP, where the weights in the semi-pessimistic and the semi-optimistic case of the FAHP can be seen. And according to the experts' opinion, the criteria significance is presented in this graph. And conclusion, this study provides a multidimensional analysis of the role of information system in supporting the implementation of circular economy principles with a practical focus on sustainability, transparency, resource efficiency, and economic viability. In contrast to most previous studies that examine these domains in a fragmented manner and without a clear evaluation framework, this research integrates the key criteria into a unified assessment model, enabling a systematic comparison and ranking of solutions within the realm of digital sustainability. The scientific contribution of the study lies primarily in the definition and structuring of 6 core groups of criteria for evaluating the sustainability of information system. And these groups are ranked based on their relative importance and impact, thereby facilitating a deeper understanding of the interactions within the system. Practical value of research, this study not only extends the existing theoretical foundation in the field of information system and sustainable development, but also offers a practical tool to support organization in systematically implementing data-driven circular business model. The practical value of this manuscript lies in its potential to inform decision-making in real-world context, both for managers involved in the implementation of information system and for policymakers aiming to promote sustainable digital transformation across the public and private sectors. Importantly, the proposed framework is adaptable to specific context, including small and medium-sized enterprises and rural communities, thus addressing a frequently overlooked dimensions in the existing literature. A certain degree of subjectivity is inherent in determining the relative importance of individual criteria, which could be more precisely defined through collaboration with industry experts. The model has not yet been tested in real organizational settings, and its functionality and applicability therefore remain at a theoretical level. The framework is not specifically tailored to practical industrial sector or regional context. Most of the regulatory and strategic guidelines included in the analysis are derived from European context, which may limit the model's relevance in countries with different legislative and market conditions. The relevance of individual criteria may shift depending on the implementation phase of the information system or the evolution of a company's business model. And furthermore, the study does not address aspects of data security and privacy. The study does not incorporate the perspectives and experiences of practitioners from relevant domains, such as IT managers, sustainability experts, software solution providers, and decision makers in both the private and public sectors. And suggestion for further research should focus on empirically testing the proposed model in real-world organizational context, applying quantitative methods to determine the weights and priorities of criteria, adapting the framework to specific industries and geographical regions, expanding the model to include the dimensions related to security and risks, and incorporating practitioner perspectives through interviews, workshop, or service. By addressing these areas, the model could evolve into a robust tool for both researchers and strategic decision makers seeking to integrate information system and circular economy principles in pursuit of sustainable and competitive business practices. Thank you.
Do you have some questions? Yes.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I have a question about the choice of fuzzy numbers. You
Yes, I would ask Dusan to answer because he was in charge for this analysis. I'm
Yes, for future research, some other fuzzy numbers like category and fuzzy spherical or something like that.
Yes, this was just the beginning of this team. In further research, we will develop some other criteria groups and subgroups of them. In one part of upgrading the system, and in the second part, we will probably use spherical fuzzy numbers or maybe Fermat, and we'll see which better fits in our team.
Okay, excellent. Good to know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Presentation for today and for this BISEC conference. We would like to thank everyone for participating and listening and being involved in this conference. So many people are behind the scene dealing with a lot of situations and problems. Thank them all, and I invite our dean to close the conference.
Thank you. So, as our last moderator, Professor Simjanovic, said, thank you again from our side as well. This year, this conference had almost 50 papers, although it lasted only one day. Last year, we had 2 days, but we decided, or our ministry decided, that 1 day was enough, so we divided into multiple rooms. You can, for those of you who followed the stream, you had different streams, but also you can view them on our YouTube channel, all the presentations. So as Professor Simjanovic said, the organizing committee, there are not so many of us, but we were really working hardly to enable this conference to be as good as possible. Hopefully next year it will be even better. I thank you all again for participating in this year's conference, and I hope to see you all again next year. For those who presented online, some of them they promised they will be here this year, but I'm guessing that this promise will be extended to the next year, so I hope to see them again live next year as well. And I think this is all from my side. Thank you again all for participating, and for those others who registered for the dinner, I think the dinner is at 7 o'clock. You got the address for the restaurant, so those of you who participate in the dinner are welcome, and we'll continue our discussion in a more informal manner. Thank you again, and see you next year.